Even market
Good morning, everyone. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Hello and welcome to day 4, the final day of the 36th Asia Pacific Regional Conference. And once again, my name is Sridhar Dharmapuri, and I'm the Conference Secretary for APRC. Once again, while you're aware of this, and we have repeated this many times, let me just recap some of the best practices for Zoom for delegates who are joining the meeting remotely. For optimal sound quality, both for speaking and listening, please wear a plugged-in headset. Please use an Ethernet or LAN connection, and preferably don't use Wi-Fi. And please mute your microphone when you're not speaking. Please note the chat function has been disabled except when the conference secretariat is going to send you messages. And when you are speaking, if possible, and if safety regulations permit, you may remove your mask and then replace it once you're finished speaking. In order to see the speaker in full screen, please remember to select speaker view instead of gallery view in the upper right corner of your Zoom screen. We have simultaneous interpretation available in Chinese, French, and Russian, and these are available from the interpretation button or the globe icon at the bottom of the Zoom screen. And the secretariat and the chair will then determine the order in which these interventions will be made. During breaks in the meeting, if you step away, please remain connected. Otherwise, you'll be delayed in joining the meeting again through the waiting room. And please send questions or technical issues by email to aprc36@fao.org, aprc36@fao.org. By now, the conference report in the 4 languages, English, Chinese, French, and Russian, has been emailed to all members after the drafting committee meeting yesterday. For members who have not received a copy of the report, please email us so that we can send you the same report back to you in the email. And finally, the order of the day and information for APRC are available at the website. We have, as you can see, tried to make this conference as paperless and as digital as possible. So please use the website for all the information. For those delegates who are attending in person, I kindly ask you to please wear your mask even when you are speaking in the room and observe the seating and spacing arrangements provided for the conference. Thank you very much for all the cooperation that you have given us over the last 3 days. And before I hand it over to the chair, 2 announcements. As we have said before, there will be a group photo with the Director General of FAO of all the heads of delegation at 12:30 today, right here. And second, all those guests who plan to leave in the next couple of days, please do get your RT-PCR tests. It can be arranged through the concierge of the hotel, who is usually sitting very close to the entrance of the hotel. So that is just to avoid any inconvenience, and please do get your tests done before you leave. With that, I now turn over to our Honorable Chair, Dr. Mohammad Abdul Razak, Minister, Ministry of Agriculture, People's Republic of Bangladesh. Sir, over to you.
Good morning. Good morning to all of you. I hope you have a pleasant stay so far in beautiful city of Dhaka and good sleep yesterday night. Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. We are starting with agenda item 12, a ministerial roundtable on greener and better agri-food system after COVID-19. That's, I believe, an important issue for not only APRC or Bangladesh, is for at international level, for global as a whole. To begin the session, we have a short FAO video we would like to share with delegates. Please play the video.
The COVID-19 pandemic caused profound impacts on our lives and gravely challenged the agri-food systems that ensure food reaches our plates. The pandemic negatively impacted trade, food supply chains and markets, alongside lives and livelihoods. Food supply chains have historically been vulnerable to shocks, with some that are difficult to anticipate. Increasing frequency and severity of shocks due to climate change and environmental degradation are adding to the challenge. Even though supply chains showed a surprising degree of resilience during the recent pandemic, many could not afford food. The need to transform agri-food systems towards greater efficiency, resilience, inclusiveness, and sustainability is more urgent than ever. The risks of not doing so are enormous. Globally, we know that 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet, and an additional 1 billion people, 95% of whom reside in middle-income countries, are at risk of not affording healthy diets if a shock were to reduce their incomes by 1/3. These people are vulnerable to some of the same challenges faced by the general populations in low-income countries in ensuring access to food. Low-income countries are those with significant segments of their population unable to afford a healthy diet, even in normal times. They also face the greatest challenges to shocks, struggling to ensure the functioning of food supply chains and grappling with more trade restrictions. Luckily, there are strategies aimed at decreasing these risks and building stronger agri-food systems. A new FAO report proposes new actions that can be taken by people all over the world in order to build more resilient and inclusive agri-food systems. The proposed actions help actors in agri-food systems better manage risks and build resilience capacities to face existing and future shocks and stresses. New resilience indicators measure the robustness of primary production and the capacity of agri-food systems to absorb shocks and ensure food is available and accessible. These indicators can also guide the policy capacity of governments to respond to the shock of reduced incomes. Diversity of production, food supply chain actors and market outlets, along with a robust food transport network, are all effective strategies for building resilience. Together, we can partner to build more efficient, resilient, inclusive, and sustainable agri-food systems. Agri-food systems that will better safeguard our food supplies and protect the world's most vulnerable.
Thank you. Thank you for an interesting video by FAO. Now let us begin with our main session. We are pleased that Mr. Cho Donggu, FAO Director General, will give opening remarks. I have the honor to invite FAO Director General, Mr. Cho Donggu, to offer his opening remarks. Floor is yours, Excellency.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. After 2 years, the COVID-19 pandemic is still very much present in our lives, hindering progress in achieving the Sustainable Development Goals and adding to the many drivers of hunger, poverty, such as conflict, economic downturns, and the climate crisis. 70% of the low and middle income countries are already affected by at least one of these drivers. And the majority of undernourished people around the world live in the countries affected by the multiple drivers. The pandemic also had a negative impact on rural areas due to the income loss, increased food prices, and lockdown measures, with workers in informal sectors hit the hardest, the majority in the agri-food sector. An additional 1 billion people are at risk of not affording a health diet if another shock were to reduce their incomes by 1/3. An inclusive and sustainable recovery from COVID-19 requires investment in rural areas where 80% of world poor live. Rebuilding from the COVID-19 will require increased and targeted investments in rural development and for the transformation of agri-food systems to be more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. Investment in social protection coverage for the most vulnerable, in particular rural farmers, women, and youth, is critical and must be part of the post-pandemic recovery policy. FAO support members to adapting their social protection policy to current needs, to include the measures that are tailored to people whose livelihood depends on agriculture. We need to expand the registry, integrating them with the registries of farmers, fishers, and pastoralists, so that these agricultural workers and their families are reached more effectively. We also need to move forward greener agri-food system in recovery plan. Green recovery provides an opportunity to reconsider pre-pandemic practices and approaches and transform our agri-food systems. By addressing the impact of the climate crisis, the biodiversity loss and pollution growth, and ensuring economic and health benefits. Greener recovery from the pandemic must address the loss of natural resources and the degradation of our terrestrial and marine ecosystems, and build climate resilience through a combination of mitigation and adaptation actions. Recovering from the pandemic also offers an opportunity to rethink and repurpose agri-food support measures, including subsidiary and other physical measures. Restoring degraded ecosystem is an essential pathway for green recovery. The UN Decade on the ecosystem restoration, co-led by FAO and the UNEP, provide an opportunity to transform food, fiber, and feed production systems. I think here, really, especially Bangladesh, we are hosting countries here for look at the food, fiber, and feed coherently, holistically is timely, because you have several ministers address the same issues, same challenges. The economic benefits of such interventions far exceed the cost of investment, whereas the interaction is at least 3 times more costly. Recently, Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change report confirmed that the climate change is increasingly affecting food security due to increase in temperature, change precipitation patterns, and the great frequency of certain extreme weather events. FAO currently developing a new thematic strategy on climate change that will strengthen our capacity to support to the countries in their climate actions through an agri-food system lens. Dear colleagues, FAO is committed to continue working together with you, all of you, in an efficient, effective, and coherent manner for transformation to the greener and better agri-food system, for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, a better life for all, leaving no one behind. I really expect a lot of good practice and experience from your region, and to share with other members in other regions. Thank you.
Sincerely thank Director General for this remarks on the COVID-19 recovery, the importance of digitalization, and the linkage between climate resiliency, among other factors. Now let us give him a big hand. Now I invite Maximo Torrio, FAO Chief Economist, to give a presentation and moderate the panel segment of the roundtable. Mr. Toro, you have the floor, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, Director General, for the introductory remarks, setting the stage for this roundtable event. The theme of this roundtable, how to build a greener and better agri-food transformation in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic and in line with climate resilience, has just gotten in a bigger stress because of the situation we're living today also. But we have a panel of distinguished speakers from 4 countries in the region, namely Samoa, the Philippines, Japan, and China. Before I invite the distinguished panelists to give their remarks, I would like to give a brief introduction on the global and regional and on the agri-food situation as we transit from COVID-19, and also following the United States Food System Summit. Let me start, distinguished delegates and ministers and ladies and gentlemen, by sharing with you some key remarks on the topic at hand with this ministerial roundtable, and the goal that we have to develop a greener and better agri-food systems after COVID-19 is basically built, as the Director General says, to build a better future. And in this session, we will try to bring some new ideas and experiences from the country levels on how we can achieve this. The conference is taking place under exceptional circumstances in a time which is still we have not gone out of the COVID-19 pandemic, and where we have just been affected by a new situation that put a stress on our agri-food systems. By now, the widespread and deep impacts of COVID-19 pandemic on the economy, on health, on the human capital because of education, and the agri-food systems have been documented. But every day we are learning more, and we are learning especially from new ways in which we can cope with this in the future. And this has been discussed in several forums, in Asia Pacific Regional Conference in 2020 even. During the last 2 years, in the middle of the pandemic, the Asia region pushed for robust digital investments targeted in agri-food systems, including a strong of online marketing, distribution, and e-commerce. The pandemic has brought up what we called a new revolution of automation, and digital technologies are at the base of that, and the region is leading in this respect. However, innovative solutions are required to ensure inclusive digital transformation that benefit the small-scale farmers, rural households, rural communities, and marginal groups. Social protection also has emerged as a crucial policy and are requiring greater attention, planning, and policy design to expand coverage and strengthen resilience for future crises. And here is central to think carefully on the role and the importance of data and real-time data to better target these social protection programs to where the most needed. And we have learned in FAO that this was central during the COVID-19 because we were targeting traditionally beneficiaries and we were not looking at the areas of the new hotspots of food insecurity, especially because the high levels of informality our countries live on. A number of governments in the region have incorporated green or climate resilient strategies from clean energy to climate and smart agriculture. But much more can be done and learned from countries' experiences so far. But don't forget our objective goal here. Our objective function is to keep feeding our people with a sustainable agri-food systems. And we have to bring greener technologies when it is effective and efficient for farmers to produce and to be efficient. But the goal is to increase productivity in a sustainable way. In that sense, the new FAO on the FAO strategic framework of better production, better nutrition, better environment, and better life is central because it has a agri-food system approach. Not only that, we bring 4 accelerators in this strategic framework: data, real-time data, which we believe is at the core of the decision-making process, innovation, technology, and complements. Complements are central because they are composed of human capital, governance, and institutions, which is what will assure that whatever we do in innovation, technology, and data is inclusive. And in the region, we have to be inclusive because of the significant number of smallholders. Let me talk only on 3 topics which we believe are of crucial importance. The first one is resilience. Resilience is being preventive, to be able to anticipate, to be able to absorb the shock, and to be able to adapt and transform. Being preventive and anticipating means to have early warning systems that really have capacity to predict what is going to happen. It could have a mistake, but at least it will give you a distribution of the probabilities of what could happen. Absorption capacity is how the countries can cope when the shocks occur, and that is essential. We know that a shock that reduces your income in 1/3 will increase substantially the number of people that doesn't have access to healthy diets. Today in the world, there are 3 billion people without access to healthy diets, a shock of 1/3 of your income will increase in 1 billion more, so that you have an idea of the proportion. And the third element, which is adaptation and transformation, is what we are trying to discuss in this conference today, is how we can create this transformation, that we move a step forward, how we can look at the opportunities because of this shock that can help us to build and transform our agri-food system to move further, to move better, to be more efficient, to be more productive. The second topic is the importance of food loss and waste. We believe the reduction of food loss and waste in this region will be central. This is an area where it's not only public sector, it's private sector that plays a crucial role. And that is what will bring 3 wins for us. It will allow us to have more production, especially high-value commodities, which are so central for access to healthy diets. It will help us also to use our natural resources in a more efficient way. And third, it will reduce emissions. We know that waste, for example, and the way we destroy food that goes to wastage increases enormously the methane emissions. So we need to take advantage of that triple win. Climate-smart agriculture can also help farmers to increase their productivity and income sustainability, adapt and build resilience to climate change, and reduce or remove greenhouse gas emissions from the atmosphere. And finally, international agricultural trade, which plays a crucial and an important role, not only in providing access to food, but also in redistributing the food across the people and the most needed. We need to understand that mobility of commodities is central today, and pushing and bringing transparency to the system is of huge importance. This has an important and positive effect on global food security, as it ensures food availability in deficit areas and contributes to improve food access by reducing the risk of excessive food price volatility. So, dear colleagues, dear Excellencies, now it's my honor to learn from all of you. So it's my honor to invite the panelists to give their prepared remarks. Each panelist has 5-minute intervention and the opportunity to address on 1 or 2 follow-up questions as time permits, taking from the guiding questions listed in the concept note of the roundtable. Among the questions and answers, this session's theme will focus on what are the members' priorities for agri-food in targeting greener and better recovery after COVID-19, what are examples of successful initiatives by the government that contributed to strengthening resilient agri-food systems and inclusive rural transformation, how is digitalization contributing to rural transformation and more resilient agri-food systems, how is the government promoting a stronger social protection and social inclusion programs as part of the COVID-19 recovery, poverty reduction, and reduce inequality, how can FAO support members to fulfill their commitments for transforming agri-food systems following the United Nations Food System Summit, and what are emerging concerns, issues, and challenges in light of the situation that we're living today and in light of the follow-up of the COVID-19 program, and what are member country priorities in responding to similar impacts on a global and regional agri-food markets, supply chains, trade, and price inflation. Now, I will ask Honorable Laulilia Meteliatoa Leultea Schmidt, Minister of Agriculture and Fisheries of Samoa, to address these issues in his remarks. Minister, you have 5 minutes, please.
Talofa and greetings from Samoa, our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you, moderator, for the invitation to speak on Samoa priorities for our food system transformation to achieve the SDG during these challenging times due to the COVID-19 pandemic. Agriculture is our backbone in our economy and our livelihoods. It contributes directly or indirectly to the income and food security for about 90% of our household investment in our food system. And contribution to our GDP from our agriculture sector has been declining in the last 20 years due to the numbers of factors, including increasing pests and diseases, limited access to our overseas market, and the impact of climate change. There is also an increase in dependence of our food, processed food, of imported goods, and decline in consumptions of our local produce foods as we are trying to reverse this. However, our effort has been slowed down due to the closing down of our borders and our state of emergency rules to limit the introductions and spread of the COVID-19 virus. These have been resulted in further reductions in our food and income securities due to the financial pressures of regulation disruptions in the food supply chain. Also, of many of our younger farmers has been attached to work in overseas jobs in horticulture in New Zealand and Australia under the recognized seasonal employment scheme, which provide a better and fast source of income. As part of our COVID-19 response to cushion the negativity impact for our pandemic of our food system, we implemented a series of stimulus package and incentives in collaborations with FAO, SPC, World Bank, IFAD, FFA, to name a few, which include the distribution of vegetable seeds and other planting materials, livestock animals and animal feeds, and base farming tools and fishing equipment to our smallholder farmers and fishers. The temporary employment of those who have lost their jobs in the tourism industry to help our ministry and our nursery activities to bulk up the supply of cocoa and coconut planting material, and in the process of providing them with basic farmer practice training so that they can take up farming as an option of their food and income security. Financial incentives to assist to other exporters of crops and fisheries commodities and financial loss for our export. Promotion for sustainable and climate smart agriculture to help building resilient agriculture and food system. Finally, the financial support from our farmers and fishery via a match grant program to elevate the productivity status of our subsistence to semi-commercial. We have also recently launched our 5-year national development plan called the Pathway for the Development of Samoa. And one of the key priority areas in this sustainable and resilient agriculture, which create employment to improve our food nutrition security and to reduce reliance on food imports. Further to our support from FAO and other UN agencies, we are now have a national food system pathway 2030, which paved the way to transform our food system for resilience and a healthy Samoa, and also help us to achieve the 2030 agenda. Hunger is not our issue in Samoa. The real problem is to access to balances the nutrition diet, which required a shift from eating import foods to local produce, fresh products, and to help to address raising burdens of NDC. Some of our pathway actions with genes and better recovery as part of our food system transforming are as follows. Improve evidence and knowledge of understanding of our food system and their components. Promote the consumption and availability of our local traditional foods. Promote the use of traditional knowledge and boost the productions and sustainable farm practice. Strengthening our extension of services to improve knowledge and to work together with the farmers, fishers, and other key players for the food industry. Facilitate the effectiveness of engagement of the stakeholders, including vulnerable groups to our food system. Promote the role of women and youth in farming activities and food value chain. Building climate resilience practice and resources for agriculture development. And finally, adopt social protection measure in response to the impact of the shock of the food supply consumptions. The challenges is transforming to our food system are huge, and we cannot do it alone. The way forward required a collective commitment, investment, and significant resourcing, strong leadership, and the willingness to work together to adopt effectiveness of implementation of our pathway actions. Our next task is to estimate the total cost of our resources needed to achieve our pathway actions and need to be technical assistance from FAO to complete this mission. Thank you very much for my opportunity and good luck for you all. Straightforward.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me ask you a small follow-up question, if I may, please. So one
Yes,
of
sir.
the huge importance of Samoa is tourism, of course, that has been affected substantially by the COVID-19, but also remittances. So the question is how you foresee we can use those resources in the future coming from tourism and remittances to convert those in investment in the agri-food system transformation, like agrotourism, for example, or other activities that will allow you to take advantage of that huge sector of tourism and remittances that you have in Samoa. Back to you, Minister.
Yes, tourism was one of our most dependent in our economically development. Somehow, because of the pandemic, everything is shut down. And our new government is moving towards empowering and implementing our farmers and our people to move back to work on the land. It's the only solution that we see that we can get our food security and our economically development back. Somehow we are also depending now for exporting people through this RSE program, which help and add on to our remittance from overseas. The normal remittance which were given by our people living overseas, but our RSE program which help add on to our economically development now. That's the situation at the moment.
Thank you so much, Minister. Please join me in thanking the Minister with an applause.
Thank you so much.
Now, I would like to invite the Honorable William Dar, Secretary of Agriculture of the Philippines, to give his remarks. Secretary Dar, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for giving me the floor. I'd like to focus the intervention of the Philippines on what we think are the policy commitments that need to be embedded within agri-food systems to ensure greener and climate resilient initiatives given key challenges such as the pandemic, agricultural pests and diseases, and climate change. But first, allow me to share in brief some initiatives which have helped in reducing the country's increased vulnerability to food insecurity in view of COVID-19. The government has formed a food security task force to help ensure the availability, affordability, accessibility, and safety of food sources throughout the country, giving guidance to the implementation of initiatives such as the Department of Agriculture's expanded program that provides alternative market channels and encourages local or short value chains we call the Kadiwa Niya at Kita, loosely translated as one idea, one thought for bountiful harvests and incomes. It's a program that supports both smallholder farmers and poor consumers through a direct marketing system so that the farmers get the best prices for their goods while providing affordable, safe, and nutritious food to consumers. We also implemented intensified programs to provide credit and know-how to stimulate viable food production systems. We note that the private sector also stepped up in e-commerce, online marketing and distribution, and in investing in food systems to cope with the country's food needs while we are in a pandemic. To address climate change, the Department of Agriculture invested in mainstreaming climate resiliency at the core of all its programs and activities. The fund allocated this year of about $480 million is 23% above the budget for such activities last year. We have centered our climate change and resiliency agenda on strengthening agricultural research for development, including the establishment of biotechnology centers for crops, livestock, and fisheries. The Philippine government is also working with various companies in strengthening the telecommunications infrastructure for providing climate information service and capacity building on productivity enhancing technology. We are also steadfast in providing credit and insurance for climate adaptation, creating geospatial database, establishment of climate-proof facilities, as well as publication and distribution of agriculture and fishery maps to aid farmers and fishers in the fight against climate change. We aim to implement these plans through knowledge exchange, science uptake, and public-private partnerships. We are also scaling up and sustaining our grassroots flagship climate program, dubbed as AMIA, or Adaptation and Mitigation Initiative in Agriculture. To date, 130 AMIA villages have been established nationwide. We must introduce adaptation and mitigation measures to communities rather than to individual farmers and fisherfolk, where communities facing similar climate risks are provided with tailor-fitted integrated support service. Much more has to be done, and we urge FAO support in assisting us to build greener, better, and climate-resilient agri-food systems. We welcome the new FAO climate change and science innovation strategies being developed. We thank FAO in advance for inputting these areas needing support into the new or two strategies and the respective action plans. In summary, we highlight 8 points. Number 1, integrate and promote adaptation and mitigation measures in all sectors within the agri-food system. This requires an understanding of the impact of climate change in the various sectors of the agri-food system and in various areas of the Philippine archipelago. Invest in R4D to generate data and information for decision-making, not only for policymakers, but for actors along the agri-food system, and to develop the technologies for mitigation and adaptation. Number 3, institutionalize climate information services as a regular function of the government that enables adoption of an early warning system for extreme weather events, reduce unnecessary waste in farm inputs, and reduce disaster and climate risk. Number 4, invest in digitalization to facilitate information dissemination, technology improvement, and credit and banking. Number 5, a more efficient mode of extension services is necessary to target wide-scale adoption of climate action. Number 6, participate actively in global efforts to mitigate climate change. The Philippine contribution to the total global greenhouse gas emissions is only 0.3%, and the agriculture sector has an immense carbon sink that absorbs double that of its emission. Number 7, formulation of policies that embed greener and climate resilient initiatives within the various sectors of the agri-food system, their implementation and periodic monitoring is crucial. And number 8, the youth and the marginalized sectors should be considered and included in all climate actions. We believe that our collective regional and global response to both the pandemic and climate change must be broad, scientific, equitable, and innovative. We must develop efficient and resilient food production and delivery systems, not only for today's increasing population, but also for succeeding generations. I hope these thoughts resonate well with many of you. Thank you for this opportunity to share the Philippines' views on this crucial topic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable William Dar, one question for you. In the last years, during the COVID-19 especially, one of the commodities which have seen significant improvement in terms of delivery of supplies has been rice. It's the commodity that today we don't see a challenge. So the question to you, because your country has gone also through a revolution in terms of rice production using technology and innovation. So we wanted to hear briefly from you, if possible in 2 minutes, what will you say are the major issues that we need to focus to achieve what you are achieving in rice? Back to you, please.
Can I have again the question? If this...
No, the question is about rice in Philippines, and what are the major lessons learned on how we can innovate to be able to create the transformation that we are seeing in the rice sector?
Okay. You know, I was invited to join government 2.5 years ago. And of course, the first thing for us to have a good plan and design and interventions to really boost local rice production in the Philippines is to have a good design of the interventions. And one of the basic design is to enhance farm mechanization, delivery of inbred certified seeds, delivery of credit, and of course, capacitation of rice farmers. In addition, we also have added significantly the distribution of fertilizers to most of the rice farmers. So back in 2019, our basic level of rice sufficiency was only 87%. And in 2020, the Philippines have a record harvest of 90% from 87. So we up it to 3%. And the same has to be done last year. And a new record rice harvest was recorded last year again in the volume of 19.96 million metric tons. So in spite of all, of course, we know how to take cognizance of how to make climate resiliency in regard to rice production. And it is necessary that amid climate change, we need to really continue prop up the introduction of newer technologies. So today, we now are about 92% self-sufficient in rice. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much. Now I will ask the Honorable Arai Yutaka, Vice Minister of International Affairs, Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Fisheries of Japan, to give her remarks. Minister, the floor is yours.
Yes. Honorable Ministers, Excellencies, distinguished delegates and participants, first of all, I would like to take this opportunity to thank Mr. Chu Dun-yu, Director General of FAO, and Dr. John Jim Kim, Assistant Director General, FAO Regional Office for the Asia and the Pacific, and his staff of preparing this regional conference. I would also like to thank the government of Bangladesh, a host country of this APRC, for all its endeavors under the COVID-19 pandemic crisis. It is my great honor to address the APRC as a panelist today on behalf of the government of Japan. The COVID-19 pandemic has revealed the vulnerability of the supply chain, causing more export control measures on food by some countries. As a result, food insecurity has been exacerbated worldwide. Also, according to IPPC, the impact of climate change will increase the existence risk on food system in the Asia-Pacific region. It is essential to realize resilient and sustainable food system in order to respond to this situation. To transform of our food system into a more sustainable one, Japan will improve productivity and sustainability by promoting innovation. Second, maintain and strengthen free and fair trade. And third, the approach in the light of differences in climate and culture of each country or region. We have disseminated the perspective as a United Nations Food System Summit. Today, I would like to introduce 2 points of our efforts in Japan. The first point is regarding domestic activities. In building a sustainable food system, we believe it is important to formulate a strategy policy for a medium to long-term perspective. In the strategy for sustainable food system, you can see on slide, formulated last year, Japan aimed to achieve zero CO2 emission from the agriculture, forestry, and fisheries industry by 2050, and to achieve both productivity improvement and sustainability through innovation. We believe that innovation is a key to break through the status quo and transforming future. Regarding the strategies, we have just submitted the related bill to the Diet in order to develop the legal system so that we can establish a food system that is in harmony with the environment. Based on this strategy, we are working specifically on application of alternative wetting and drying to rice cultivation, which surpasses the activity of methanogen by increasing the oxygen concentration in the soil, and it is effective in reducing methane. Developing of technology related to crop growth, diagnosis, and optimal fertilizer management using drone. Of the outcome of the strategy, we believe that the above-mentioned technology can be shared with countries in the Asia and Pacific region. The second point is regarding our cooperation with FAO. Japan is supporting the creation of action guidelines for building a more resilient and non-divided food supply chain through voluntary contribution. Also, in Bangladesh, we are contributing to food production and nutrition improvement in order to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. I would like to continue to cooperate with FAO. And our activity in near future, I'm planning to hold an event as a follow-up of Food System Summit on the day around the World Food Days in October this year, in collaboration with FAO, to share knowledge and experiences regarding efforts to transform the food system in the Asia and Pacific region. Through the event, I would like to work with FAO to accelerate transformation of food system in the Asia and Pacific region. I'd like to invite distinguished delegates from the Asia and Pacific region, so I welcome you to join us. Last but not least, I will raise the issue about Ukraine. Although this issue is not directly related to the agenda, this is important as it is closely associated with the food supply chain. Japan strongly condemns the recent invasion of Ukraine by the Russian Federation as a serious violation of international law and a grave breach of the United Nations Charter. This is a critical issue from the perspective of global food security. And from this point of view, the G7 Extraordinary Agriculture Ministers meeting will be held today on this issue. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Minister. One follow-up question for you regarding the importance of reduction of fertilizer, pesticides, and all these inputs. And to be able to do that, we require more information on soil characteristics. So we want to bring precision farming to smallholders in a certain way. So can you elaborate a little bit how Japan is working to achieve this goal?
So I speak in Japanese and after translate. So 先ほど示した緑の戦略の中で、日本は2050年までに農薬と化学肥料の 50% 削減を謳っています。その中ではイノベーションがキーになっていまして、農薬についてはドローンで撒くことによって効果を発現する。それから病害虫の管理については IPM を導入する。それから肥料についてもまさに土壌を診断した上で適切に肥料を施肥するということで、総合的な対策を取るということにしています。
As I indicated in our strategy for sustainable food systems, which is also indicated on the projected slide, Japan has a goal to reduce both the use of agricultural chemicals, pesticides, as well as fertilizer by 50% by 2050. And in order to realize that reduction, innovation will be the key. For example, we shall use drones in order to raise the efficiency of reducing the use of pesticides. We will also introduce IPM for the management of the pests. Also, we shall introduce appropriate fertilizer use and management by the use of soil characteristics diagnostics. Such comprehensive integrated measures shall be implemented.
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Minister, for this informative response. Thank you. Now, I would like to invite the Honorable Mr. Zheng Yande, Chief Agronomist of the Agricultural and Rural Affairs from China. Please, we welcome your remarks. Mr. Zheng Yande.
可以吧？尊敬的驱动委总干事，各位同事、女士们、先生们、朋友们，大家好。当前受新冠疫情影响，包括极端天气、病虫害及土地资源约束等因素，亚太区域粮食安全形势严峻，约有 10.18 亿人口食物不足。亚太地区实行零饥饿等可持续发展目标任重道远。作为负责任的大国，中国始终坚持把解决吃饭问题作为治国理人的头等大事。经过多年的努力，中国粮食产量持续增长。2021年，中国粮食产量再创新高，人均粮食占有量从2020年的474公斤增加到2021年的483公斤，牢牢端稳14亿中国人的饭碗，为保障世界粮食安全作出重要贡献。农业绿色发展持续推进，中国的化肥农业使用量连续4年实现负增长，农田灌溉水有效利用系数达到 0.559， 实施黑土地保护 2.5亿亩，农业科技进步贡献率超过了 60%。营养健康持续改善，过去30年，中国营养不良发生率降至 2.5%， 居民食品消费结构不断升级， 果树肉增长1倍以上，农民生活持续向好。新型标准下9899万农村贫困人口全部脱贫，提前10年实现联合国2030年可持续发展议程减贫目标。中国的国情决定了中国政府始终把确保中央农产品，特别是粮食供给作为首要任务，一是坚持实施长粮一地、长粮一居战略，实行最严格的耕地保护制度，开展高标准农田建设，稳定播种面积，不断提升农业科技和装备水平，提高农业防灾减灾能力，切实保障粮食等重要农产品供应链、产业链、供应链畅通稳定。二是坚持不懈推动农业绿色发展，建立耕地休耕农作制度，加强畜禽养殖废弃物资源化利用，加强农业命运污染治理，常态化抓好长江10年禁渔，发展节水农业和旱作农业，促进农业减排和绿色高质量发展。三是坚持不断提升农业对外开放合作水平，履行入世承诺，打造公平、稳定、透明的营商环境，大幅提升贸易投资便利化水平，积极开展南南和三方合作，向其他发展中国家提供力所能及的帮助。各位同事，建设亚太区域更绿色、更美好的农业粮食体系，是亚太成员国的共同义务、共同责任，需要各方的共同参与、共同努力。在此，我愿意提出以下4点建议：一是聚焦优先事项，提升包容性和韧性，针对区域优先事项，关注小农和脆弱群体的发展需要，加大农田基础设施政策和技术投入，提高农业应对气候变化抵御能力和韧性，共同提升区域粮食安全水平。二是增强发展共识，加强区域合作，发挥粮农组织的机制平台优势，在全球发展倡议框架下，围绕减贫和粮食安全重点领域，加强区域信息经济交流，深化防灾减灾、生物多样性保护、疫病防控、粮食减损等方面的合作，构建区域发展共同体。三是加大科技攻关，推动提质增效，加强农业科技交流与合作，特别是数字农业、生物育种、遥感等前沿技术的联合创新，促进新技实用技术的推广应用，缩小技术鸿沟，加快各国农业现代化步伐。四是坚持开放供应，畅通结膜未来，继续支持多边贸易体制，充分发挥 RCEP 优势，维护亚太区域农产品市场稳定，保障农业产业链供应链畅通。今年是粮农组织提出的全球重要文化遗产倡议20周年，中国将积极响应粮农组织举办庆祝活动的号召，计划于7月举办全球重要文化遗产大会，搭建各方交流农业文化遗产保护的平台。我们在此邀请各方积极参与，谢谢大家。
Thank you.
同时，我再补充一点，中国政府对刚才日本代表团有关俄乌冲突的发言表示反对。这是我们农业部长会议涉及是经济问题，专题研究农业发展问题，提出俄乌冲突问题不合时宜，中方坚决反对。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Vice Minister. I have one follow-up question. And first, let me thank you and applaud for your presentation. The follow-up question is about the success you had in terms of the results that we are observing of reduction of poverty, increase of production and productivity. And one of the core elements that you mentioned in your recommendations is science and technology and information. So how much and for how long is the needed investment in research and development and in science and technology as a percentage of the GDP to be able to achieve what you are achieving right now? Can you give us an idea of what is the investment that this required?
谢谢。中国政府对减贫工作高度重视， 我们通过上几年的脱贫攻坚战，已经实现了贫困人口的全部脱贫。我们正在持续推进脱贫地区的产业发展，巩固脱贫成果，确保我们的脱贫基础更稳固、更可持续。同时，我们也注重对农业方面的技术创新的应用，包括我们信息化的技术的应用。目前来讲，信息化技术在我们中国农业全生产领域都得到普遍的应用。从生产过程的动态监测，包括灾害监测，更多的是包括我们生产过程的物联网的新技术应用，包括我们还有一些现代我们商贸物流这方面投资比较大。中国政府在投资是引导性基础设施，但更多的工作、更多的投入是我们社会资本，积极参与农业生产过程的全新信息化因素。包括我们的种业创新和其他科技创新，需要一些政府的科技力量，更多的引导我们的社会力量，特别是企业自主的投入，参与农业科技的创新，也提升我们农业科技化、农业生产的科技水平。谢谢。
Thank you very much, Honorable Vice Minister, for this insightful response. So at the close of this segment of the program, I would like to thank all 4 panelists for their excellent interventions and insightful discussions. And before turning to the chair, I would like to please join me in an applause to all the panelists. Thank you very much. I now turn the floor back to the chair to moderate views from the members. Thank you, Chair. Back to you.
I thank the panelists and moderator for a very interesting and thoughtful, lively discussion. We got many information how they have tackled adverse impact of COVID-19 pandemic. It's an opportunity to learn from them, know from their experiences. I now invite members for their intervention on this topic. Distinguished participants, the floor is open for your response, for query or questions. Please. I can see card from Bangladesh, Honorable Minister Shama Rajaul Karim, Minister for Fisheries and Livestock.
Thank you, Chair. Dr. Muhammad Abdul Razak, Chair of this session, as well as the Agriculture Minister of the Government of the People's Republic of Bangladesh, respected Director General of FAO, Chu Dong-yu, Excellencies, Honorable Ministers, Head of the Delegations from member countries, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum. No doubt this is a very important and time-befitting issue. Recent technological innovation drastically changes the style of Bangladesh's agriculture. Mechanization and specialized chemical had initially pushed the government to enact policies that helped foster production. However, this growth was accompanied with a negative effect on the environment, such as soil depletion, water contamination, neglecting interest of farms' laborers, and biodiversity loss. In line with SDS, the target of agriculture productivity increase with little or no harm to the environment. Excellencies, in Bangladesh, now we have focused on nutrition-sensitive agri-food systems and underlined the need for developing micronutrient enriched crop varieties and expanding nutritious fisheries, livestock products with standard quality. Adoption of biofertilizer and biopesticide, balancing the use of fertilizer, lowering the use of pesticides along with the IPM and ICM practice resulted in healthy food production. We have also initiated good agricultural practice and organic farming system. In 2015, the FAO recognized a farming system in Bangladesh as a globally important agricultural heritage site called on the floating gardens in areas where floodwater lays for prolonged period. Farmers grow plant on floating organic beds and else on the other plant side. By utilizing wetlands, the country's farmers provide numerous ecological and economic benefits to locals. Excellence. As regard to our successful initiative to face COVID-19, I would say Bangladesh agriculture, fisheries, and livestock sector has responded favorably as compared to other development sectors for ensuring adequate food production and maintain supply with stimulus package and generous support from government. At the initial stage of pandemic, supply chain of agriculture products experienced temporarily disruption due to limited transportation movement. Government functionaries played a constructive role in reviving innovative market strategies across the country. Soft loan incentive for purchasing farm machineries, transportation facilities for farm produce, creating online platform market, etc., were taken to overcome the COVID-19 challenges. Fish, meat, milk, eggs were delivered to the doorsteps of the people through mobile sales center and online markets through government initiative. Our government provided cash incentive of taka than 8,000 million for more than 600,000 fishermen, dairy, poultry farmers affected in COVID-19. Therefore, the rural economy as well as the entire farming sector was not affected seriously. Now it's important to invest more resource in developing greener technologies, including advanced genetic innovation and climate resilient varieties. These initiatives involves system transformation approach and establish modalities of digital marketing system and to take measures to appreciate shock of farmers at the time of their needs. We would call upon APRC members states to enhance collaboration and FAO to support countries for a greener and better agri-food systems as follows. First, initiating a green procurement policy for agricultural inputs. Second, developing technological innovations to be used balanced fertilizer, used to biofertilizer and biopesticide for sustainable production. Third, assisting implementation of good agricultural practice. Fourth, technological innovations for reducing the use fossil fuel. Fifth, development of green agricultural friendly technologies and their disseminations. Sixth, reducing biodiversity loss. 7, developing of aerobic and low water requiring rice. Lastly, to extend cooperation and aid for the climate change affected countries. Thank you. Joy Bangla, Joy Bangabandhu.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for speaking on behalf of Bangladesh delegation. You have nicely elaborated various actions were taken or responses from Bangladesh government to tackle the COVID-19 pandemic. Well, we know now. Is there any other hand? Who? No. Papua New Guinea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Excellencies, thank you for giving me this opportunity. On behalf of Papua New Guinea, I have the pleasure to share my government's view in this roundtable on actions that is required at the national and regional levels to drive transformation towards sustainable development and climate resilient agri-food system. Climate change continues to remain a serious threat to humanity, especially the small island developing states like Papua New Guinea and the Pacific are the most vulnerable and fragile to the impacts of climate change. Therefore, taking climate resilient and sustainable approach in the agricultural sector, including all other aspects of our livelihood, is seen as very critical. Under Papua New Guineans announced national determined contribution 2020 to the Paris Agreement, we have increased the scope and the level of ambition of the emission targets, including adding specific targets for the agriculture, forestry, and other land use sector. To support this commitment, we recently launched the APRC sector roadmap last year that provides the enabling pathways which are focused on key elements of PNG's climate governance framework, required to effectively coordinate actions, report omissions, and manage finances linked to mitigation actions required by APRC sector. For the agricultural sector, we have identified the following as main pathways to support climate change: is to extend cash crops, strengthen agriculture and planning framework, to strengthen access to and the quality of extension system, and strengthen the framework for sustainable agriculture cash crops like oil palm, cocoa, coconut, coffee, and other developments. To implement this roadmap and other existing policies, a national climate policy for agriculture and the agri system is needed to tap into the traditional farming practice and use for our technologies for climate change, climate smart agriculture. Specific intervention strategies and application to contribute more climate friendly practice are also needed to tap into alternate energy sources, management of farm waste and other utilization, and management of the greenhouse gases derived from agricultural systems needs. I also would like to wish to inform this roundtable that there are investment opportunities in the climate resilient agri-food system through the following areas: upland crops area, improvement technologies of water control, soil and land improvement programs, the development of a robust national seed policy to cover all indigenous plants, crop, and animal species and germplasms required to reproduce, store, and supply seeds where and when required for breeding and improving planting materials for all growers and planters. And for us in the Pacific, in Papua New Guinea, we have started a coconut gene bank for the Pacific. And we have started that in one of our provinces called Alatau. That is to put all the coconut and build up a gene bank so that we keep it as a seed bank in Papua New Guinea for us and all our other smaller Pacific countries. We'd like to do that for other crops as well. Being Papua New Guinea being one of the biggest Pacific, biggest country in the Pacific. but not biggest in the world. China is biggest in the world. Establishing a farm, forestry, and fisheries credit and insurance schemes to enable farmers, planters, and fisher folks to recover and recuperate in the shortest time possible in terms of climate change, impact, disaster relief, and restorations. Let me also use this occasion to welcome the new FAO strategy on climate change on behalf of my government. We endorse the 4 regional priorities as proposed by the 36 APRC and the use for the 4 accelerators, the technology, innovation, data, and complements, the governance, human capital institutions. I am confident that some of the issues I have highlighted will be pursued under the strategy and also complement the ongoing support of FAO and other development partners to drive climate resilient agri-food systems in the region. I further call for the governments, development partners, multilateral financial institutions and governments to support this strategy and form partnership which will support our national efforts to implement key actions to incorporate climate resilient and sustainable approach for our agri-food system. To conclude, once again, let me thank the organizers and the government of Bangladesh for hosting this event and the roundtable. And I assure you of Papua New Guinea's commitment towards this agenda. I thank you all.
Thank you, delegation from Papua New Guinea, for your nice comment. Now I'd request to play video comment of Indonesia. Please play the video comment on the agenda.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sehat dan salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati pimpinan sidang, para menteri pertanian, dan unsur delegasi persidangan yang sama-sama saya hormati hadirin sekalian berbahagia. Kami tentu mengapresiasi peran FAO dan dalam mempromosikan dan mengembangkan strategi dan program untuk membangun kembali sistem pangan dan pertanian yang inklusif, yang tangguh dan hijau di kawasan Asia Pasifik, khususnya menyikapi pasca pandemi COVID-19. Tema sesi ini sangat sejalan dengan salah satu isu prioritas yang kami usung dalam presidensi G20 untuk kelompok kerja pertanian, yaitu mempromosikan sistem pangan dan pertanian yang tangguh dan berkelanjutan. Kami akan secara konsisten terus mengakselerasi capaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan melalui yang pertama, percepatan pemanfaatan teknologi digital dalam rangkaian pasok produk pertanian. Yang kedua, penguatan sumber pangan lokal sebagai aspek penting dalam memperkuat ketahanan sistem pangan di tingkat nasional, regional maupun global. Pengalaman kami selama pandemi COVID-19, kami berhasil menjamin akses terhadap pangan melalui pemanfaatan teknologi pemasaran digital dan kolaborasi strategis multi pihak dalam menciptakan ekosistem digital di sektor pertanian. Banyak hal yang telah kami lakukan untuk menjaga ketahanan dan ketangguhan pasokan pangan lokal di daerah pedesaan. Di antaranya, pertama, promosi akses terhadap kredit usaha tani. Ini sangat menggembirakan hasilnya. Yang kedua, memperkuat literasi digital dan adopsi teknologi para penyuluh pertanian. Dan yang ketiga, menjamin pertanian bebas risiko melalui asuransi pertanian. Dan keempat, mendorong kewirausahaan pertanian dan petani milenial agar dapat menciptakan lapangan kerja yang lebih menguntungkan di sektor pertanian. Saat ini kami memprioritaskan penguatan adaptasi sistem pertanian yang rendah emisi gas rumah kaca tanpa mengurangi produksi dan produktivitas pangan melalui pendekatan pertanian pintar iklim atau climate smart agriculture. Dalam hal ini pertukaran teknologi, pengembangan inovasi, dan dukungan pembiayaan menjadi aspek kunci untuk memastikan pertanian tanpa emisi yang diharapkan pada tahun 2050 kita capai secara bersama. upaya yang kami lakukan berdampak signifikan. Selama beberapa tahun terakhir, PDB sektor pertanian konsisten tumbuh positif. Kami juga berhasil mempertahankan ketersediaan pangan pokok masyarakat dengan stabilitas harga serta pengurangan skala pengalaman kerawanan pangan dalam menekan inflasi pangan. Sebagai penutup, kami berharap dukungan berkelanjutan dari FAO dalam pelaksanaan aksi tindak lanjut KTT PBB untuk sistem pangan kita, serta percepatan transformasi sistem pangan dan pertanian sesuai dengan prioritas dan kapasitas nasional. Selamat melakukan pertemuan, semoga kita bisa menghasilkan sesuatu yang bermanfaat bagi bangsa, negara, dan bagi dunia. Terima kasih pimpinan sidang, selamat siang, salam sejahtera, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Thank you, delegation of Indonesia. Now we'll have a comment from Russia, Thailand, and Republic of Korea. It's virtually in person. I would request the delegation to limit their comment to 3 minutes. We don't have much time left. So I would start with Russia. I invite Russian delegation to give their comment virtually.
Добрый день, уважаемый господин председатель. Я бы хотела заранее извиниться за отсутствие видео. Это связано с неустойчивым интернет-соединением. Российская Федерация хотела бы поблагодарить всех панелистов за их выступления и отметить выступление уважаемого представителя Японии. В этой связи мы бы хотели призвать не политизировать работу данной сессии и на конференции обсуждать вопросы, связанные с непосредственно продовольственной безопасностью. Вопросы, связанные с Украиной, обсуждать на профильных площадках, в частности, в Совете Безопасности ООН. Я благодарю за внимание.
That's all you have to say? There you
Благодарю вас.
Okay, thank you. We take note of your comment or reaction on the comment of Japan delegation. Anyway, thank you. Now we move to Thailand. I invite delegation of Thailand to offer their remarks on the agenda. Thailand, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. I have an honor to speak on behalf of His Excellencies Chalerm Chaisriorn, Ministers of Agriculture and Cooperative of Thailand, and also to chair my government view at the FAO Regional Conference. First of all, we would like to thank all the distinguished panelists for their excellent presentation and also experience sharings with the members in this meeting. Thailand is committed to become the green kitchen of the world, and under the leadership of the Prime Minister General Prayut Chan-o-cha, we have adopted the Bio-Circular Green Economy Model, or BCG, to transform our agri-food system to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth for our people, nation, and our planet, and bring us back to track to achieve the SDG. During the pandemic, urban agriculture grew in significance. The initiative Sustainable Urban Agriculture Development Projects was launched to expand urban green areas and to raise productivity in all sub-districts and districts nationwide, with the objective to enhance resilience and self-sufficiencies in both urban and rural areas. Another initiative launched during the pandemic to support food and nutrition securities as well as job securities for people in the village is the One Village, One Farming Group projects, aim to upscale the implementations of sufficiency economy philosophy and new theory agricultures, and to enhance farm resilience and recovery. Under this project, each community is entrusted to serve as alternative source of food productions and to share knowledge and local wisdom with other communities through a network approach. Mr. Chairpersons, we believe that digitalizations is a key tool for rural transformations toward more sustainable agriculture, agri-food system. We have developed two important applications to support informed decision-making based real-time geospatial data combined with several layers of detailed agricultural and economic data. For example, the AgriMap online. It is an application designed to support farmers in informed decision-making for the soil qualities in each village on best farming options to help farmers to make decisions how to use the fertilizers, how to maximize the soil qualities in their area. And also the others, the crop calendar is an application designed to support decision makers in informed decision-making for food securities and nutrition management, and also demand and supply of those agricultural products at the provincial level. Finally, we request FAO support the technical cooperations and also the policy guidance in area of digital agricultures, One Health, and also biodiversity mainstreaming across agri-food system to fulfill our commitment to transform agri-food system toward sustainability. And also we know that we need to rethink and rebalance the way that we produce and use our natural resources, biodiversity, soil, waters, and marine resources to ensure sustainability of our agri-food system. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson.
Thank you, delegation of Thailand, for your very good intervention. Now we move to Republic of Korea to offer their comment virtually.
Thank you, Chair.
The last intervention, I would request a delegation of Korea to give their comment. So to Korea, please.
Thank you, Chair. The COVID-19 pandemic has disrupted the global food systems and continue to push people into famine. It has revealed the importance of transforming existing food systems to be more sustainable and inclusive, supporting vulnerable communities. Last year, Korea prepared the National Food Plan as a national pathway to sustainable food systems. We have set 3 policy priorities: food security, environmental sustainability, and healthy diet accessibility, and started from areas that were ready for implementation. First, food security. Korea will strengthen infrastructure as well as capabilities in response to disasters to ensure a stable supply of major crops. We will also provide support for local food to be consumed by local people. Second, environmental sustainability. It is important to promote the production and consumption of agricultural and fishery products in a way that eases our environmental impact. Korea plans to expand the environmentally friendly and low input precision agriculture while reducing food waste from farm to table. Third, healthy diet accessibility. Korea will enhance targeted support for the vulnerable people and children while putting more effort into ensuring food safety. On the global front, Korea will rebuild our ODA strategy in the agri-food sector with a view to contributing to global food systems transformation. We are reviewing the school meals initiative proposed at the UN Food Systems Summit. By joining the global efforts, Korea will contribute to achieving the SDGs 2, aiming to end hunger and all forms of malnutrition, as well as food assistance. In order to transform agri-food systems to be more resilient and responsive to COVID-19, Korea is also working toward digitalization across the agri-food sector. For this, Korea is promoting smart farming by expanding the support for young farmers to start their businesses with smart farm facilities for lease and startup incubation centers. In the meanwhile, we plan to enhance productivity of agriculture by utilizing big data and artificial intelligence. We will also continue sharing with the member states Korea's knowledge and experience of digitized agriculture to help the regional residents, including the vulnerable farmers, make decisions based on science and enhance productivity through sustainable agriculture. As a follow-up to the UN Food Systems Summit last year, FAO will act as a coordination hub to provide support for countries in their efforts to transform their food systems. We look forward to FAO's role in advancing global food systems transformation through active communication with the member states. Thank you all. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Korean Republic. Thank you for your commitment to achieve the SDG 2, end hunger and malnutrition in all forms. And I thank you for your willingness to share with the member countries to achieve SDG 1 and 2. Thank you very, very much. I know Korea is already a developed country, and I believe you have some obligation from the global community. Now I think that's all. There we end this session. Thank you very much to the countries for voicing their commitments and means of implementation of the core pathways for rebuilding greener, resilient, inclusive, and better agri-food system. Better life for all. I now call on Ms. Beth Begdal, Deputy Director General, DDG of FAO, to give the closing remarks of session today.
Thank you very much, Chair, and also thank you to our panelists and members, to my colleague Maximo Torrero, and also the Director General for his opening comments. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen from Rome. It is my pleasure to be with you virtually to conclude this ministerial roundtable. We've heard forward-looking and ambitious plans for transformative actions for greener and better agri-food systems that recommit all of us to this priority and hopefully get us back on track to achieve the Sustainable Development Goals. The past 2 years of the global pandemic have been an exceptional time for us all. And as we know, COVID-19 caused highly disrupting impacts that required bold, ambitious, and transformative responses, highlighting again the urgent need to regain lost ground on the path to meeting the goals of the 2030 Agenda. This ministerial roundtable has provided, though, the unique chance for us to share experiences and challenges specific to the Asia-Pacific region. And we've also heard perspectives and lessons learned on tackling the COVID-19 pandemic and the mitigation measures that have been taken to contain its health and socioeconomic impacts. We've listened to how governments in the Asia-Pacific region, including Samoa, Philippines, Japan, China, and others, responded rapidly to the pandemic with interventions, new programs, and important investment initiatives. Our panelists described the interventions they've made to support agricultural production, as well as measures taken to shore up food supply chains and ensure access to food. There's also been an accelerated push in digital investments targeting agri-food supply chains and a private sector-led boost in online marketing, distribution, and e-commerce for agri-food systems. This renewed focus helps bridge the rural-urban digital divide by extending digital services to villages, rural communities, and small towns, giving renewed vigor to agri-food systems across the region. It's clear, though, that there is no one-size-fits-all solution. And this has been echoed here at this very roundtable and also visible from the diversity of commitments to agri-food systems transformation coming from the different countries across the Asia-Pacific region. There has been a clear call from members for deeper collaboration between and among countries, and for international development partners like FAO to continue providing technical support as the lead global specialized agency on food and agriculture. I can say on behalf of the organization that we continue to be committed to supporting members in their own transforming of agri-food systems to more resilient and greener approaches as we move beyond COVID. It is clear from today's discussion that this can come through policies, national pathways, technical programs, and other innovative initiatives that will focus on the following: strengthening and prioritizing social protection for the vulnerable, especially through the use of enhanced data; leveraging inclusive digitalization for rural transformation that supports all marginalized households; rebuilding agri-food system transformations that are centered on smart and cross-cutting technologies. This included diverse agricultural technologies, but also innovations in telecommunications and other data systems. Investing in more green technologies and decarbonized agri-food systems. We must strengthen local food production systems, including reminding ourselves of the importance of traditional systems and practices, and especially where food supplies are most vulnerable to shocks. We must rebuild more robust agri-food systems in a way that is more resilient to risks, disasters, and other shocks. And early warning systems will be key to this. And we must make sure that we prioritize the marginalized populations, including women and youth. This work has to be done together with meaningful investments and also new ways of working, new models of delivering knowledge, new partnerships, and a new sense of urgency. FAO stands ready to engage in these areas with you. This is inherent in the climate change strategy and the science and innovation strategy, both currently under development, and also through important initiatives, including Hand in Hand, 1,000 Digital Villages, and One Country, One Priority Product, among others. And all of these efforts are also embedded in our strategic framework for 2022 to 2031. As the DG said in his opening, FAO stands ready to support the 2030 Agenda through the transformation to more efficient, inclusive, resilient, and sustainable agri-food systems for better production, better nutrition, a better environment, and a better life, leaving no one behind. We look forward to working together with all of you to fulfill these very important aspirations. Thank you very much, Chair, for hosting this important discussion, and back over to you.
Thank you very, very much, Ms. Begdol. You have made a very good summary on deliberation, and you gave a very good closing remarks. I thank you very, very much. This concludes the first session of ministerial meeting today. At this time, I ask the conference secretary to make any necessary announcement if he has.
Thank you.
Mr. Conference Secretary, you have the floor, please.
Thank you. Excellencies, Director General, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, only two announcements. We now have the photo of all heads of delegation with the Director General. So heads of delegation only, along with the Director General, please come to the front. Colleagues, please get the photo arrangement in place. And after the photo, we will have a break until 2 o'clock Dhaka time. So see you again at 2 o'clock Dhaka time. Those who are on Zoom, please don't disconnect, stay on the line. Thank you very much and see you at 2 p.m.
এই আমার ছবিটা নষ্ট করে দিচ্ছে। ছেড়ে বসেন আপনি।
Good afternoon, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you all for coming back on time. And thank you to all the participants who have stayed connected on Zoom during the break. So we are ready to commence the final session of the 36th session of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference. And I hand it over to the chair to start off proceedings. Over to you, Chair.
Welcome back to the final segment of the 36th session of the Regional Conference for Asia and Pacific. I thank you all. We are in the last stage, last part of the conference. The meeting shall now take up the agenda item 13 on the Ministerial roundtable on climate action for resilience and sustainability. To begin the session, we have a short FAO video we would like to share with delegates. Please play the video. To begin the session, we have a short FAO video. We have already saw it. Thank you for the interesting video by FAO. Now let us begin a substantive part of this session. I have the honor to invite FAO Director General Jo Dongyu to provide a welcoming remark. Sir, Mr. Q, you have the floor.
Thank you. You see, after many hours, many times practice now, the honorable chair, he can pronounce my family name very well. Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, dear chair, agri-food systems are facing difficult challenges. We need to address them quickly and collectively. The recent intergovernmental panel on climate change report on impact, adaptation, and vulnerability warns us once again that the climate crisis is a threat to human, animal, plant well-being and the health of the planet. Over 800 million people in the world face hunger in 2020, and nearly 3 billion could not afford health debt. Today, 3.6 billion people live in vulnerable climate hotspots. Agri-food systems are both contributing to and also affected by the climate crisis, ecosystem degradation, and biodiversity loss. The COVID-19 pandemic has further intensified existing inequalities. There is, however, hope, and there is solutions. Green and climate resilient agriculture that enhance adaptation and resilience, reverse biodiversity loss, and reduce the greenhouse gas emission is essential to address the climate crisis, poverty, and hunger. FAO strategy framework 2022 to 31 get our support to the members to transform agri-food system to become more efficient, more inclusive, more resilient, and more sustainable. For better production, better nutrition, better environment, better life for leaving no one behind. We must promote the innovative solutions that enable agri-food systems to adapt to hot or lower their greenhouse gas emissions and other environmental impacts. The role of the smallholders, indigenous peoples, local communities, women, and youth in driving these solutions is key. And we must harness solutions that create synergies and co-benefits. For instance, in restoring the health and productivity of a degraded landscape and seascape can improve the global food security, improve the local livelihood, open new market, and create jobs. And enhance the ecosystem of services that support the climate adaptation and mitigation. These messages were also echoed by the UN Food Summit and the UN Climate Conference, COP26, and the UN Biodiversity Conference, COP15, held last year. The commitment and the positive outcome of those global events are timely as FAO developed two new thematic strategies, one on climate change, one on science and innovation. These new strategies will strengthen FAO capacity to support members in climate actions for increased resilience and sustainability. Dear colleagues, we have a clear solution and feasibility option to reduce climate risks for people and nature. FAO is uniquely placed to support the countries in their climate pledge, strategies, and plans to implement their nationally determined contribution, NDCs. FAO can support the learning and exchange across countries in the region and globally on innovations, technologies, capacity development, digitalization, data and information sharing, and partnerships. FAO can help scale up adoption of these measures by facilitating access to the climate finance and providing guidance to processes such as Cordovaria, joint work on agriculture. We must continue to work together in an efficient, effective, and coherent manner, and urgently to prevent even more severe consequences due to the climate crisis, especially for the most vulnerable groups, rural communities, women, the youth, and the future generations. I wish you a fruitful discussions and the concrete outcomes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Director General. Thank you, Director General Dangu, for your inspiring remarks and affirmation of the scope of the work before us on the impacts of climate change. I now invite Mr. Edar Mansour, Director of the Office of the Climate Change, Biodiversity and Environment at FAO, make a presentation on FAO's new strategy on climate change. Following the presentation, Mr. Mansour will moderate the panel discussion on climate resilience and sustainability. I now pass the floor to Mr. Mansour. Please, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. My name is Eduardo Mansour, and I'm greeting you from the FAO headquarters here in Rome. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, my colleagues gave me the opportunity to speak to this honorable audience to present the progress in developing the new FAO strategy on climate change. I would like to ask the colleagues to put the PowerPoint on the screen, or else I can share it from this end. Thank you very much. As mentioned to you, we are here to update you on the development of the new strategy on climate change that our Director General referred to you, that's being developed in tandem with the new FAO strategy on science and innovation. Next, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change released a new report on 28 February, the Working Group 2 report, part of the Assessment Report 6. The previous one was released in August last year. They confirm the sense of urgency and the need for immediate action, because if we go above the 1.5 degrees expectation on the measures to address climate change mitigation, some of the natural solutions may no longer work. The report provides information that confirm the unequivocal influence of humans, the anthropic influence on climate change. It also reveals that 4 out of 10 people in the world are highly vulnerable to climate change, and the inequalities are growing, especially in certain regions, including South Asia and small island development states, which are part of this particular region we are discussing here. The report also explained the interconnectivity of climate change, ecosystems, including biodiversity, and the human society. If the action is not going to be integrated to address the risks that climate change cause to humankind and nature, the solutions are not going to address the problems, which are most evident: heat stress, water scarcity, food insecurity, heavy rainfalls and flood risks, fire, and ocean acidification. I'm sure, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, that you can identify the impact of climate change in agri-food systems. That's why FAO engaged in the development of a new strategy. Next slide, please. If you can put the next slide. Yes. The FAO new strategy on climate change is a contribution to the implementation of our strategic framework 2022-2031, which is based on the Sustainable Development Goals address those targets that FAO has comparative advantage to contribute with. It's built on the latest scientific evidence, including the IPCC reports I just mentioned to you, on the outcomes of the different conferences of the Party of Climate Change, especially the latest one, COP26 in Glasgow, and on the United Nations Food Systems Summit that was held last year with a press summit here in our headquarters in Rome and the summit in New York. Next, please. The content of the strategy has been discussed with FAO members and on an annotated outline, and is presented here in this slide. We have a document that's not going to be long. Now, at this moment, it contains 19 pages. It has 5 sections: an introductory session, an explanation why climate change is a global threat to food security based on latest scientific evidence, how agri-food systems can be part of the climate crisis, and how harnessing good practice and innovation can help accelerate our actions. It presents the scope of the strategy in climate change in the strategic framework of FAO, provides vision and guiding principles, and a theory of change. I will explain the other sessions as well in terms of the pillars of action and how we propose to implement it. Next, please. What is new in this strategy? As you know, Your Excellencies, FAO already developed one strategy that was late in 2017. But we did an evaluation of our contribution to the SDG 13 on climate action and realized that more is to be done, not only by FAO, by all entities, to make sure that the climate crisis responds to the size of the problem. So, enhance the ambition towards the targets of SDG 13 when related to agri-food systems and aligning better with 2030 is one of the novelties in the strategy. The interlinked challenge that I mentioned to you regarding climate change, loss of biodiversity, desertification, environmental degradation, change on water cycle, access to renewable energy, and others. Scaling up financing and investment. While the $100 billion per year commitment to address climate change at the global level has not yet been reached, we know that the investments on climate financing has been growing. Unfortunately, studies from FAO, like this one I have here on my hand, that is the climate finance in agriculture and land use sector, demonstrates that the trend for the agri-food sectors or agriculture and land sectors have been decreasing. The amount nominally increased, but we dropped from, in the last 2 decades, from a 50% share to a 23% share. So increasing finance and investment in the climate action related to agri-food systems is a need. Contributing to the latest international pledges and initiatives, you may have seen that certain pledges address issues related to agri-food systems, like the methane pledge that has been launched at COP26 in Glasgow late last year. Our sectors represent up to 40% of the emissions. Coming from enteric fermentation of ruminants, coming from wet rice, which is important, very important production system in your region, coming from manure management and from landfills, the sectors under agri-food systems contribute to 40% of methane emissions. So these are new issues that we can address in the strategy mitigating this impact, addressing holistically all the activities within agri-food systems, crops, livestock, forests, fisheries, aquaculture, their value chains, their livelihoods, and the ecosystems they influence. Building on potential to combine adaptation and mitigation. You know, our sectors in the agri-food systems provide one of the best opportunities to combine actions of adaptation and mitigation in a very cost-effective way, more cost-effective than other sectors. So we should build from this opportunity, rooting on science innovation, promoting bioeconomy, promoting the circularity principle, and showing that multi-stakeholder partnerships can be of help to all. Next slide, please. The strategy is based on 10 guiding principles, as you can see here, taking an agri-food systems approach, having people in the center, especially farmers, fishers, foresters, partners, the most vulnerable ones, leaving no one behind. Embracing the good practice and innovation, built on science innovation, being country-driven, promoting what countries decide as their climate action to achieve sustainability, promoting partnerships, gender mainstreaming, youth engagement, social inclusiveness, including multi-stakeholders approach, scaling up support, and adopt what is called a no one size fits all, meaning that we have to tailor actions according to the needs and specificities of the countries. Next, please. This slide just for you to see the principle used on the theory of change from the underlying causes of poverty, inequality, and the unsustainable use of natural resources, the problems that it brought to the sector, what FAO can do to support the outcomes that are divided, 6 outcomes identified under this strategy, divided in 3 pillars: action at global and regional levels, action at country level, and action at local level, in direct contact with farmers, fisher folks, livestock holders, and other actors of our sectors. We intend to transform agri-food systems towards sustainability for an impact on climate mitigation and reducing the climate crisis. You see that this contribution goes throughout the SDGs with a special focus, of course, in SDG 2 and SDG 13. Next slide, please. When we talk about actions, each pillar that I mentioned to you, global, country level, or local level, identify main areas of actions. Based on these areas of actions, we are going to develop an action plan, and probably, hopefully, with the help of our colleagues in the regions, developing regional action plans once the strategy is approved. We hope that the strategy will be approved in the next council session here in Rome in June. At global and regional levels, the actions are around advocacy and promotion of the role of agri-food systems as part of the solution to the climate crisis, promoting innovation and enabling the use of data, information, and digitalization. FAO is known for the reliability of the information provided, of the data provided. We should build from this comparative advantage. At country level, providing capacity development support, including on institutional capacity building, leading agri-food and the climate agenda under the guidance of the governments, the members, enhancing the partnerships and the access to financing, including, of course, with the private sector. When we talk about financing, we know the portfolios that the FAO already participate. especially to the Green Climate Fund and through the Global Environmental Facility. For instance, the Global Environmental Facility, the GEF, starts now its 8th cycle, the GEF 8. They foresee a portfolio of $700 million for Asia Pacific. In the GCF, which is still on the GCF 1 cycle, the GCF 2 will start in October, the discussions for it. We have already a successful portfolio with you implementing projects in some countries, and we have particular successful activities in your region in the readiness programs. We have 12 ongoing projects, 2 funding proposals approved, and we are also executing one of the projects of the UNDP in Timor-Leste. So the presence of FAO through the climate financing action is already there, but we have to explore new opportunities, including the private sector public partnerships, and facilitate what would be the role of carbon markets into the agri-food systems for a better understanding and from tapping from the opportunities that climate financing brings to us. Promoting adoption of good practices, innovations, mainstreaming equality and inclusiveness, and providing policy and legal support for the development of the strategies of the actions that the countries would like to consider in the agri-food sectors linking with climate change. At the local level, we intend to support the empowerment of local actors. That includes farmers associations, that includes local institutions, according to the needs and plans of the country, and promotion the adoption of good practices and innovations. Next slide, please. The roadmap is just for you to have an idea where we are. We are now on consultations through FAO regional conferences. We had the pleasure to present to the senior officers this week on Tuesday at the APRC the strategy and obtain some concrete elements. We are honored to bring this special session at the ministerial level with the presence of Your Excellencies and our Director General to obtain further guidance and comments that will help us complete the draft of the strategy, which will go to the program committee and the council in the next few months, in May and June, and hopefully be approved at the council for us to engage in the development of the action plan. With this information, Mr. Chairman, I would like just to recall, next slide, please, our expectation, our humble expectation at this ministerial roundtable, which I will have the honor to moderate. For Your Excellency ministers, you may wish to provide us guidance on what are the key technological, financial, institutional innovations needed to promote climate resilient and sustainable agri-food systems in your countries. That is very important for us to understand your perspective and make sure that a global document builds from local issues. How can FAO, through our new strategy on climate change, best support members, countries to drive a transformation towards green and climate resilient agri-food systems in Asia-Pacific region? With these 2 questions, Mr. Chairman, I'm honored to conclude the presentation and return back to you the floor. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. According to the script,
following the presentation, Mr. Mansoor will moderate a panel discussion on climate resilience and sustainability. I now pass the floor to Mr. Mansoor again. Mr. Mansoor, you have the floor to moderate the deliberation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. It's an honor to contribute to the debate as the questions were put. I would like now to ask His Excellency Tim Ponlock, the Secretary of State, Minister of Environment of the Kingdom of Cambodia, to address the conference on these points.
Thank you, Mr. Director, and good day, distinguished delegates. First, I would like to insist on the need for innovation to take into account the particular social and cultural context of the countries. We are seeing a proliferation of technical or technological solutions that look very exciting and may work in specific contexts, but completely fail in other situations if they are not socially or culturally adequate. We are seeing, for example, the calibrating technology-based crop or disaster insurance schemes require in-depth engagement of concerned communities to ensure they understand and support the insurance mechanisms and how they are triggered. This social engagement component tend to be weaker when organizations focus too much on the technological side and can be a source of failure. We have seen this also when technically valid solutions are introduced without taking into account labor or migration dynamics. For example, a shortage of labor force in rural areas to implement labor-intensive solutions. So my first point is to advocate for this social analysis and engagement of the local actor to be considered more carefully when developing innovations. Second point, it's clearly that there's a lot of potential solutions in this area. For example, improved soil management techniques can contribute both to climate mitigation and adaptation. So location-specific research is important, but we also see in Cambodia that it is not only about technological innovations. If solutions based on agroecology are to succeed, we need to put in place supportive local business ecosystems, which include local input providers, such as seeds or machinery, providers of financing, and provider of technical advice. With the COP26 and the finalization of negotiations on the new framework for carbon finance, this is an opportunity to use carbon finance to support innovation in sustainable agri-food system, which we know can contribute significantly to global mitigation, but also support the resilience of vulnerable communities. However, local actors, and in particular smallholders, farmers, or cooperatives, live in a completely different world from the world of carbon finance. So we need innovative models of cooperation to develop, promote, and finance sustainable agri-food projects for the poorest and most vulnerable. We need to bridge the gap between models of carbon financing, which can be very complex, and those who need the most. As for the role of FAO, I have three aspects to share with you in driving a transformation towards sustainable and climate resilient agri-food systems. First, FAO is an important source of technical advisory support in the agri-food sector. As the landscape of development financing is expanding, I think it is important for FAO to expand its partnerships as well, so that its technical expertise can be leveraged to unlock other forms of support provided by other players, including loans, guarantees, and other forms of innovative financing instruments, for example, carbon finance, green bonds, and so on. Given the scale and urgency of the challenge, we need to move from standalone technical assistance projects to much more integrated approaches at a bigger scale. Defining the role of FAO in this new partnership should be a key priority for the coming years. Secondly, as our countries are developing and fiscal space is expanding, it is important to move from project approaches to policy support that can leverage national fiscal or budgetary policies. FAO could consider partnering with other organizations who have experience working with public financial management reforms to inform fiscal and budgetary policies that will support sustainable agri-food systems. And my final point, FAO should retain a major role in capacity development, working with local providers of advisory or training services to develop and deliver high-quality knowledge services on climate change adaptation and mitigation approaches for actors at all levels, from local farmers to various actors in value chain, community organization, local and national officials. Innovative climate resilient and low carbon solutions are not yet well known, and there is a major need for capacity development across the board, but also for efficient system to capture best practices and lessons learned and make them available to practitioners and policymakers in appropriate formats. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We took very good note of your points, and thank you for the diligent response to the questions raised on the need for scaling up integration and moving from a project approach to a more programmatic and policy level approach. It's very dear to us. We hope that you share your statement with the Secretariat of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference, as we'll take it very dear in your comments. And it's now my honor to invite His Excellency, the Honorable Leonpo Yeshai Tenyor, Minister of Agriculture and Forests of Bhutan, to address the conference on the points that we raised. You are most welcome, sir, to take the floor.
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, Kuzambola. Climate change is one of the pressing issues facing the region and the world. Climate change is a threat to food security. It poses an existential threat to the survival of the planet and the lives living in it. In particular, billions of human beings who depend on agriculture face an immediate risk of the impacts of climate change. While climate change impact is felt across the globe, the Asia and Pacific region stands to be particularly acutely vulnerable owing to a large share of smallholding farmers. Fragile mountain ecosystems and landlocked societies in the Hindu Kush Himalayan range in particular suffer from loss of its water towers, frequent glacier lake outburst floods, landslides caused by unprecedented monsoon, windstorms, cyclones, etc. Millions living downstream and those dependent on marine resources for their livelihood and sustenance face continued shocks of climate-induced disasters and calamities. Countries like Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Myanmar, and Nepal often suffer devastating impacts of cyclones in Bay of Bengal. In Bhutan, there were and there are cases when the climate-induced gulf washes away agriculture fields, livestock, and infrastructure assets. Even loss of precious human lives. Extreme monsoon patterns trigger floods in perennial streams and landslides, washing away agri-fields, human settlements, irrigation, road, electricity, and communication infrastructures. Frequent erratic rainfall, drought, large-scale infestations due to outbreak of pests and diseases, hailstorms, etc., impose unbearable socioeconomic sanctions. The drive to enhance food and nutrition security, boosting domestic production through agricultural intensification and commercialization, further risks exposing agri-food sector to the impacts of climate change. As such, adapting to and mitigating the impacts of climate change is of paramount importance. For Bhutan, in living up to the global call on climate change, Bhutan's pledge to remain carbon neutral, as detailed in the nationally determined contributions, remains to be our guiding principle for sustainable development. Strategies for low emission development in the surface, human settlement, and agriculture, among others, are being prioritized. For instance, the low emission development strategy for the agri-food sector has several short-term by 2025, medium-term by 2030, and long-term by 2050 action-oriented operational plans. Some of the measures, including switching from synthetic to organic fertilizers, mechanization and digitalization of agriculture practices, increased biomass through increased perennial crop production, domestic biogas production, reduction in continuous rice flooding, and intensifying less heads, more productive cattle farming. Climate change is demanding prioritization of technologies relating to early warning system, agrometeorological systems, green transportation and construction of production enhancement. Besides innovation in hydraulic energy to replace non-renewable fuel operation of machines and equipment, green energies from solar, wind and water should receive priority. As for the food sector, there is a need to promote climate resilient crop and livestock diversity to enhance sustainable, healthy and resilient food systems. There are several bilateral and multilateral climate funding opportunities in the world. Such funds must be made more accessible, particularly for smaller and vulnerable countries. In addition, as the fight against climate change requires collective effort, it would be important that bigger economies should provide more resources and facilitate technological exchanges to enhance adaptive and mitigation capacity of vulnerable communities and countries. Besides strengthening the current climate funding mechanisms such as GEF, GCF, NAMA facilities, IKI, extra, a similar kind of funding mechanisms could also be developed at the regional level. Carbon trading is another mechanism that can be activated. While the uptake of such mechanisms to enhancing carbon trade-offs thus far has been slow, and there's a need to expedite the implementation of such mechanisms. The fight against climate change is multi-pronged and needs multi-sectoral collaboration. FAO, as an agency responsible for security, food security and nutrition, could leverage the opportunities brought about by its new strategy to address the issue of climate change in the food sector. As a global agency having a track record of having liberated billions of populations from the curse of poverty and food security, the strategy document should be positioned to steer member countries to fast adopt climate smart food system. In living up to its vision to transform the agri-food sector to be climate smart and contribute to low carbon economy, the strategy should also cater to strengthening global cooperation and align with global commitments as well as climate priorities of other technical agencies and donor agencies to enhance synergic effect. In addition, there are opportunities to harness the potential of streamlining climate policies and governance, synchronized sharing of information and climate resilient innovative solutions. Your Excellency, Director General Chu Dongju, Bhutan is looking forward to an accelerated and elevated support from FAO in agri-food systems transformation under your leadership while you are there at the helm of the FAO. Thank you and Tashdale.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency. We took very good note of your powerful words regarding the importance for Bhutan to address climate change, the issues of vulnerability in the fragile ecosystems of mountain countries that is part of the region, and they are the water towers of our planet. We are very happy to see that your words are in line with what we mentioned in the scope of the strategy that we are developing, including on the need to develop sustainable food systems, including on the need to enhance the financial mechanisms. And we are very pleased with your words. Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we heard from Honorable Minister of Bhutan and Honorable State Secretary of Cambodia. We are now, it's my pleasure to invite Honorable Hussein Rashid Hassam, the Minister of Fisheries, Marine Resources and Agriculture of Maldives, to address the conference at these points that we raised on climate change. Your Excellency, you have the floor.
Thank you, Moderator. When I came here, I thought this is really going to be a real roundtable of ministers talking about real issues. Apparently, with the situation that we are in, we do not have the luxury of having a real roundtable. So I wish that in some time, not too far in future, that we will have that opportunity to have a real roundtable to discuss this issue. What we are really talking today about is a very important issue. For Maldives, climate change is really climate crisis. Actually, it is a climate emergency in the Maldives. We're really talking about the very existence of Maldives. There is very few countries that they can claim to be coral atoll nations in the world. Maldives is one of them. And the difference here is we are a byproduct of coral growth. If it is not for the zooxanthellae that grows on the coral surface, the Maldives would not be here in the surface of the globe. So the coral is eaten by the parrotfish, and that produces the white sand that you see the nice beaches today in the Maldives. So if it is not for a biological entity, the zooxanthellae, the coral will not grow, and we would not have the nice beaches that forms the basis of our tourism today. So we are a byproduct of a biological process. So we've seen increasing a change in climate. The sea is actually slowly becoming warmer and warmer. That is really cooking the coral. From the 80s, we have seen the coral bleaching. And as a result, our coral reefs are dying. We have annual coral bleaching events. Much of our coral reefs, the beautiful reefs, are dead. We are living through that crisis now. We're not talking about it's going to happen, it's happening. For us, climate change is an existential threat. But we as a nation, we are very determined not to leave our beautiful archipelago and become, migrants, climate refugees in distant land. So we are determined that we're going to stay here. So for us, it is the adaptation that's going to save the Maldives people and the Maldives. So these questions that you pose today are very relevant, but it's also relevant for different reasons for us. Because we're not really talking about food systems only. We're talking about the very existence of Maldives on the surface of Earth. So we need the finance now. We need the finance 10 years ago, but it is not materialized. As you rightfully said, in the UNCCC framework, developed countries have promised to deliver $100 billion US dollars a year for the developing, especially the small island developing countries. But less than 10% of that pledge was realized. Now we know how difficult it's going to be, a small country like us, to cope with the situation. We are one of the largest climate victim on the earth. It's not happening because of anything the Maldivian people have done or not done. It's happening because some countries very irresponsibly send in noxious gases into the atmosphere and slowly killing the biodiversity, killing the coral, and raising the temperature, and sea level is rising as well. So we have to find money to protect our islands from the waves. We have to invest, not the people who are actually doing this for us. And we have to go and ask for money. And they say, you have to have a bankable project. This is very critical, you should know this. They say you have to have a bankable project where you have to establish the causality. Means the climate change, this changes, this is happening in our islands are because of climate change. We have to have the causality established using the science, the data. You see, being small island nations, we do not have that data that goes to a few decades back. So unless we can establish this causality, we will not be eligible for the money. So what is there for us? I think science is very clear. The scientists, the best scientists say, if we failed as global citizens to rectify the problems really soon, if the global average temperature increase beyond 1.5 degrees, as much as, for instance, 70 to 90% of the coral reefs in the tropical oceans, including the Indian Ocean, will die. And you know what that impact is going to be. So I'm here today, not necessarily talking about the agriculture and food systems, but our very existence of it. So talking about this is very difficult, but you should know this is the threat that we are facing. So with this, a huge biodiversity will be lost forever. The people are coming to the Maldives not because they want to see people like us look like the normal Asians. They're coming to see our beautiful beaches, to see the beautiful fishes that swim in the ocean. They are coming there to experience the beauty, natural beauty of our islands, and experience the wind, the ocean, the current, the surf, and all that. But when this is all gone because of inaction of the human race, Maldives will be just a story as it is. Okay, so I know this is not what you really want me to talk about, but this is the Maldives story. So you ask, what are the key technological innovations that can help people like us? We thought, I would say, as other colleagues have said, somehow we had to identify crops and crops that is actually adaptable to or adapted to the climate condition that we are living in, that can be adapted to heat or salt tolerant or disease tolerant varieties. Because like in the ocean, the trees are also dying because of the changes in the climate condition. We find the taro cannot grow in the Maldives anymore, and they have developed new diseases. We find in the coconuts can't grow anymore. We had to find new varieties too. And it's all because of changes in climate condition. You also ask, what will be the financial innovations that's going to help us? I would like to note that access to finance is the key here. If we can't get the finance that we need to adapt to the new situation, then any project or any agreement that's written on paper is not worth even the paper itself. Access to finance is the key, but the lenders are saying we had to submit scientific evidence establishing causality to say that these changes are occurring because of climate change. We do not have that data. Does that mean that we're not going to have the access to finance? That will be really sad. So we need to change the rule book once and for all. We need this finance now so that our nations, our islands, and our way of life and our culture can be saved. And I think the banks, including the donor agencies, need to change and understand the true reality of situation on the ground. Unless we can do that, unless we can campaign for it, we can't achieve it. A small island like Maldives will not be able to achieve this. But if we work together as a group, collective, we can change the rule book and get the necessary finance that we want. I call all the nations here, all the nations that are listening to us, actually work together to achieve this goal. Unless we can do it, unless we can do this, we will not get the finance we need. Okay, I already spoke about the UNCCC and the 100 billion, and on less than 10% was realized. And then you ask about the institutional innovations. I think FAO can play a role here. Global collaboration on research and adaptation, these things are very necessary. Part of that is on your proposal, and I haven't had the opportunity to really go through that, but I promise that I will do that, and we will actually send comments on that. Okay, do you want me to go on to the next question, which is how can FAO, through the new strategy on climate change, best support members to drive the transformation towards the sustainable and climate resilient agro-food systems? Yes. Sustainability is key here. What is sustainable? What I consider sustainable is not really sustainable to you. I'll give you a small example. I do not think plastic bottles are really sustainable. And we are banning this in our country. But there's no other solutions to some of you. And this is still considered sustainable for some countries. And similarly, sustainability is a concept, and it really depends on the value systems that you have. For us, ecological sustainability is very important. For us, biological sustainability is very important. At the same time, we must grow our food. We must catch our fish. But while we are speaking, the yellowfin stock in the Indian Ocean is dwindling because some countries are catching it using large nets, while we are catching tuna one by one by hand using pollen line and hand line technology. But we are becoming the victims here too. Purchasing a ton to catch 1 ton of fish is much cheaper, whereas, and they only employed 150 people for probably 3 purchasers, whereas we have 17,000 people directly employed in fisheries in 750 vessels, and our cost of operation is too high. And every time when there is a fuel price hike, we suffer. We will not be able to export the fish to the market because our cost of production is too high. We need sustainability urgently in this as well. So I think, yes, FAO can play a role here and looking at sustainability, but there is no solution that will fit to every country on the globe. I think I'll stop it here, and thank you for listening. Thank you.
Your Excellency, thank you very much for your powerful words. I would not be shy to say that you spoke on behalf of all small island development states, particularly Maldives, is facing, as you mentioned, an existential threat that goes touching all sectors. You characterize very well the loss of the dying coral reefs, because the oceans are the most important ecosystem absorbing the global heat, the global warming, and affecting, transforming the ecosystems, transforming the lives. Of course, touching our sector as well, not only the other sectors, but the food from oceans is particularly impacted because of this change in the oceans. We took very good note of your words, and we share some of the frustrations that you have regarding the demands for the bankable projects, as you mentioned, that we have to provide the scientific evidence and access to financing. I recall in COP26, the Prime Minister of Barbados made very similar pledges you're making on the difficulties of having the access to the financing that is not there and should be for yesterday, because it's already late for action. So your words are very dear to us, including on the technical aspects, on the need to deal with this seawater intrusion and the development of salt-tolerant crops and innovative ways of doing food production and agriculture in small island states. I thank you very much for your statement. I thank you very much. And I think Mr. Chairman will take note of the difficulties. You mentioned the ambition of a roundtable, and we are in this hybrid format. I myself am speaking to you from Rome, taking advantage of the technology, but we recognize the difficulties of this transition period that hopefully means the end of the pandemic. Thank you very much. Again, Your Excellency, the Minister of Maldives. And our last panelist that I have the honor to invite is Honorable Syed Fakir Iman, the Minister of National Food Security and Research of Pakistan, to address the conference on the points we raised. Honorable Minister from Pakistan, you have the floor. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, His Excellency Dr. Chu Tongyu, the Director General of the FAO, Dr. Muhammad Abdur Razak, the Honorable Minister for Agriculture, Government of Bangladesh, Honorable Ministers from the Asia Pacific, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, good afternoon and greetings from Pakistan. I'm grateful to the FAO and the Government of Bangladesh for this invitation. I feel privileged, honored to participate in this ministerial roundtable of the 36th Regional Conference of the FAO. As regards the subject which is under discussion today, as far as Pakistan is concerned, our contribution to greenhouse gas emissions is very low. It's less than 1%. However, with regard to vulnerability, Pakistan has been ranked amongst the top 10 most affected countries, primarily due to our geographical location. And especially in the last 20 years, Pakistan has suffered at times grievously, as we did in 2010 when the Indus River, with its huge floods, 16 million acre-feet of water, 20% of Pakistan's population was displaced. 20%. You can see the devastation that it caused, the socioeconomic impact it had, and the great suffering that people of Pakistan suffered for several years after that in trying to rehabilitate them and bring them up back to their previous income levels. Similarly, in 2014, there was another river, Chenab. Again, for over 100 years, it never had that kind of flood. It was in the heart of the Punjab, and the kind of dislocation, the displacement that took place of the communities has left a very major scar in their socioeconomic way of life. Pakistan has suffered in the last 2 decades over 150 such weather events. The 2 that I have highlighted were amongst the largest. And this kind of wide-ranging impact of climate change reduces at times our agroeconomic productivity and brings about variability of our water availability, which is critical to the agroeconomy of Pakistan. We've had some coastal erosion, and as was mentioned by Maldives, actually I was very taken up with the Honorable Minister of Maldives for what he said and about the not just the vulnerabilities, but ultimately that the whole area could come underwater over a period of time. Very touching, extremely moving narration that he just gave to his colleagues. And we've had extreme frequency of weather affectations in Pakistan over the last decade, which has impacted our socioeconomic conditions. Agriculture in Pakistan has always been one of the major pillars of our economy, our way of life, and we are nearly now 220 million people. Agriculture contributes about 19.3% of the GDP. It employs about 38.5% of the total labor force, and it provides over 50% of the raw material to our industry and nearly 65 to 75% to our export products for Pakistan. So it's central pivot of our economy at large, and hence climate change, which has affected us from time to time, it's become more and more frequent, which has great implications over the overall agroeconomic situation for the people of Pakistan. It is important to note that 90% of the fresh water which flows through our major rivers is taken up by the agriculture sector. Over a period of time, the quantity and quality of availability of fresh water in Pakistan seems to have declined, very unfortunately. In the early 1950s, when Pakistan's population was closer to 35 million, we've grown nearly 7 times as much since then. The availability of water per capita was 5,000 cusecs per capita. Now it's gone down to 800. So we are becoming a water scarce country, a water distressed country. And this is one of our very major challenges of how to cost effectively use our water. This is one of the major challenges facing not just the decision makers, the policy planners, but most of all the citizens of Pakistan, and more importantly, growers and farmers of Pakistan at the ground level situation. So we have to overall examine and make up policy frameworks to meet these extreme challenges and to restore some of the degraded ecosystems and the forest covers that we have lost over a period of time. We are one of the least afforested countries in the world, just about 5%. The Honorable Prime Minister of Pakistan, Mr. Imran Khan, launched, which is now a flagship project of 10 billion tree plantation over a decade. And perhaps it's one of our most important efforts to try and regain some of the impact that deforestation has done. And this is one of our projects which is acknowledged globally. Such type of mitigation measures need to be further strengthened so that we can reduce some of the negative effects which have affected our agroeconomy, our forestry, and all those elements, wildlife and others that have been affected by such negativity. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, in addition, there are a number of initiatives which are under implementation by the Ministry of National Food Security and Research and the Ministry of Climate Change, along with our provincial governments, we are a federation, and the citizenry generally of Pakistan. The United Nations agencies are supporting us with some of these programs. FAO in particular is supporting us with climate resilient project called Transforming the Indus Basin with Climate Resilient Agriculture and Water Management. This is a very important effort being pursued because this project hopefully will bring about climate resilient agricultural practices, and the growers and farmers adapt these practices in the field in which they work. Similarly, the government of Pakistan, with technical assistance from the US United Nations agencies, is working for the ecologic restoration of the Indus Basin by the name of Living River Initiative. This, the Prime Minister's initiative, is of high significance as it will address the ecological restoration issues in the upper catchment areas of Pakistan in the north and improve, hopefully, the water quality. Water quality is very essential downstream, with positive impact on agriculture, fisheries, forestries, and related subjects. Likewise, Pakistan, with technical assistance of the UNDP, is working on what is called the scaling up of glacial lake outburst flood risk reduction in northern Pakistan. And we have some of the highest peaks in the world to mitigate and manage these floods. Further, Pakistan is going to initiate the Recharge Pakistan program with the objective to increase groundwater and surface water availability for agriculture and other uses of water. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, during the recently concluded dialogue for the Food System Summit, Pakistan identified important areas of work on building resilience to vulnerabilities, shocks, and stresses, which subsidize natural disaster insurance schemes through the already established National Disaster Risk Management Fund. The Honorable Minister Maldives again talked about access to finance. In addition, putting high focus on climate resilient technologies and conservative use of natural resources have been highlighted by us in Pakistan. These are some of the examples which I have just shared with you to highlight the importance that the government of Pakistan gives to effects of climate change and how we can mitigate it and uplift and preserve agriculture and in particular food security. I understand that the FAO, being a technical agency, has very great responsibility and obligation to share successful experiences through worldwide operations to help and assist highly vulnerable economies from climate change to ensure food supplies and play its role in building peace and stability and arrest, hopefully, climate change through inducing mitigation. Honorable ladies and gentlemen, in the end, I would like to congratulate the FAO and the government of Bangladesh for organizing a very successful conference in Dhaka. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you very much, Your Excellency, Honorable Minister of National Food Security and Research of Pakistan. It's an honor to have you in the panel. And we were impressed with the vision that you have and the fact of mentioning that water distress, because you have the floods and the droughts and the scarcity, that makes a clear evidence that climate change is not coming. Climate change has arrived. It's here. It's already affecting our lives, as has been very clear in this panel. Thank you for giving the examples, the beautiful examples of the 10 billion trees or the Recharge Pakistan program for the water scarcity. FAO is very proud to work with your government in the implementation of the GCF project related to water scarcity in agriculture, which is, as you know, a grant from the GCF of $35 million that started implementation quite recently. Your Excellencies, I am very, very pleased with the information you provide to FAO, with the answers we get from from the questions we made, from the experiences and the impactful examples that you shared. It's for us very, very helpful in the development of the strategy and above all, on the implementation of the strategy. I would like to thank all the panelists. We heard from Bhutan, from Cambodia, from Maldives, from Pakistan. It is a big honor for us from the Food and Agriculture Organization of the United Nations to have your inputs. And I would like to conclude the panel thank you again, and returning the floor to our honorable chairperson for the continued moderation of the session. From Rome, I thank you very much. I will continue here if we can be of help in this session regarding whatever is related to the climate change, biodiversity, and environment. I am also attending this session with my colleagues here from Rome. Thank you very much, Your Excellency. Mr. Chairperson, I return the floor to you with a great thankful.
Thank you, Mr. Mansoor, for nicely moderating this important session. It's concern of everybody, concern of the humanity. It's not regional issue, it's a global issue. That's nicely spoken by Maldives Minister. It's not climate change, it's a climate crisis for the world. Okay, we move. We don't have much time left. We have to finish this session. Conclude this very quick. The floor, I like to open for members' comment, questions, specifically on the process and contents of FAO strategy on climate change. Please raise your hand and you will be called upon in order of request, and please keep your comments as short as possible. The floor is open. I can see the card of Bangladesh, Honorable Minister for Food, Sadhan Chandra Mandar. I would invite you to offer your remarks. Please, floor is yours, Mr.
Honorable Minister Agriculture, Ministry of Bangladesh, Director General FAO, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon to all of you. You know that Father of the Nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, declared our independence in this month. I would like to remember the Father of the Nation, Bangabandhu Sheikh Mujibur Rahman, whose vision has been guiding our country's development and progress. Bangabandhu had a firm trust in humanity and cooperation. Excellencies, the need for a transformation towards sustainable and the resilient agri-food systems is now a global priority issue, which is being discussed in different regional and international forums. It may also be noted that we have given response to the agenda item 16 on climate resilience, and I seek your attention on few more points on climate sections. Over the last few decades, it has been observed that climate change has become a major issue affecting the agricultural sector. For Bangladesh, where lives and livelihoods heavily depend on agriculture, it is becoming a great threat for national food security. As a result of land uses for incentives, agricultural activities, the cropping intensity reached as high as 192% in Bangladesh. Therefore, it necessitates urgent attention for judicious and balanced natural resource management. Excellencies, with the international agreements in place coupled with international interests at the top, Bangladesh made a well-balanced regulatory environment for food and agriculture sector. This include the National Agriculture Policy 2018, Bangladesh Food and Nutrition Security Policy to 2020, Bangladesh Global Agriculture Practice Policy 2020, and Delta Plan 21. Distinguished delegates, our Honorable Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina made a call at the UN Food System Summit for investment in research and sharing of advanced technology for agriculture development and disbursing the committed fund to adapt to the climate-led extreme events to achieve sustainable food security. Excellencies, despite our many achievements in agriculture, including achieving self-sufficiency in cereal production, meat and fish production, and surplus potato production. The sector is faced with multiple challenges like improving agro-processing and value addition, instability of production due to climate extremes. So far, my field, the challenges we are facing in Bangladesh are common in many other countries in this region. I would request FAO to take up program of support with its global science and knowledge-based approaches and support countries in assessing global climate change to address the emerging challenges in agriculture we are facing locally and regionally. Thank you very much for giving me your attention. Jai Bangla, Jai Bangabandhu, Bangladesh, live forever.
Thank you, Honorable Minister, for your nice remarks on the issue, strategy of FAO on climate change. Now I don't see much, I don't see any hand from the floor. Well, we have Australia. They would speak virtually in person. I would request Australian delegation to give their comment. Australian delegate, floor is yours, please.
Thank you, Chair. Honourable Ministers and Your Excellencies, and thank you very much to the Bangladesh government for hosting this FAO conference in the Asia-Pacific region. Before Australia commences our remarks, Chair, I would like to take this opportunity to support the comments made by Japan earlier today. Australia condemns in the strongest possible terms Russia's unprovoked and unjustified attack on Ukraine. The invasion is a gross violation of international law and the UN Charter, and we call on Russia to withdraw its forces from Ukraine territory immediately. Chair, we appreciate the important role the FAO will take in response to the evolving crisis, in accordance with its technical responsibilities within the UN humanitarian peace framework. We welcome the information circulated to date on impacts on global food markets, and we look forward to the FAO more prominently positioning itself as the leader in addressing global food security issues at this critical time. Chair, Australia is committed to an economically, socially, and environmentally sustainable future for all. Yet sustainability requires global cooperation on both the challenges we face and their solutions. It also requires us all to remember that there is no one-size-fits-all approach, as mentioned just previously by our colleague from the FAO. And we must recognise countries' specific environments and circumstances when addressing sustainability and climate change challenges. We welcome the development of the FAO's new strategy on climate change, and we express our appreciation for the inclusive and transparent consultation process that has occurred to date. Australia looks forward to continuing our engagement in discussions to inform the new strategy, a strategy that we firmly believe must consider the diverse contexts, priorities and capacities at global, regional, national and local levels, and a strategy that must acknowledge the unique challenges facing Asia and the Pacific, as well as incorporate solutions that will allow countries to address their issues in ways that are appropriate for them. Chair, Australia is committed to doing its part to meet the UNFCCC's climate finance goals. We are extending our commitment to build climate change resilience, mitigation and adaptation with a $2 billion commitment over the years 2020 to 2025 to be implemented through Australia's development program. This new commitment increases the proportion that will be delivered in the Pacific from $500 million to $700 million to be spent on climate adaptation and resilience, disaster preparedness, and new renewable projects. Australia will also step up its work with the private sector to achieve impact at scale in the Indo-Pacific region and to support the goals of the Paris Agreement. In concluding, Chair, Australia remains a steadfast partner in building climate change and disaster resilience in the Pacific, and we are committed to continuing to work closely with the FAO and our Pacific partners so we all can achieve our goals, targets, and aspirations. Thank you for the floor, Chair.
Thank you. Thank you, Australian delegation, for your very good intervention. Now I like to request Thailand. They have showed interest to speak virtually. Floor is open for Thailand. Please, Thailand delegation.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson. It is a privilege to share some view of the government of Thailand on climate actions to address the issues on resilience and responsibilities, sustainabilities. We think that there are some key innovations to promote climate resilience and sustainable agri-food system. First, innovation in actors. We need someone to help us to bring the innovation into action. And we need to strengthen the resilience of the most vulnerable groups, people, build capacities for our small-scale farmers, producers, and enable them to become actors of sustainability. Second, innovation in approach. We think that we need to identify and upscale context-specific solutions tailored on the need of the most vulnerable groups, people, small-scale farmers, producers, and leverage innovations and digital technologies that suit their need at the local level. Third, innovation in economic model. Thailand adopted the biocircular green economy model as an integration of bioeconomies, circular economies, and green economy, by which we aim to achieve inclusive and sustainable growth for our people, nation, and planet. Fourth, innovation in focus of investment. As Honorable Ministers of Maldives mentioned earlier, we need investment, we need financial services, and we need to fill the gap in research and development on true cause of climate resilience, agricultural practice, low carbon farming, food loss, food waste, and early warning system. Because the innovation and technologies come at high cost. And that's why we need FAO to provide us support to identify affordable, practical innovation that our small-scale farmers can adapt and implement at the ground. Fifth, innovation in communication and access to science. A wealth of knowledge and technical solution already exists and are potentially available to everyone. But end users and small-scale farmers and producers face the big challenges in access to science, innovation, and technologies, and in selecting the applicable solutions that best suit for them. In Thailand, we launched several initiatives such as Soy Doctor Program, Young Farmers, Young Smart Farmers Program, and One Village, One Farming Group program targeting small-scale farmers, youth, and women aim to improve their sustainability, capabilities, and resilience by providing them with knowledge, trainings, technologies, social network connections, market access, as well as access to finance asset. Especially financial services has been provided to small-scale farmers through the Bank of Agriculture and Agricultural Cooperative in Thailand, and also others are financial scheme. Finally, with the support of FAO, we believe that multi-sectoral partnerships, in particular between public-private sectors, can foster and expand it to ensure long-term investment and concrete implementation on the ground. For example, through hand-in-hand initiatives, South-South and triangular cooperation, and also through the ASEAN mechanisms, whereby we can work together and help each other among the regions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Thailand delegation, for providing excellent comment. Being chairman, I understand you have been participating in all sessions, and you are giving very diligent comment. I thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have with us Russia. I understand they will offer their comment virtually. I do invite Russian delegation to offer their comment. Floor to Russia.
Благодарю вас, господин председатель, за предоставленное мне слово. Российская Федерация хотела бы отреагировать на выступление уважаемого представителя Австралии и еще раз обратить внимание на то, что тема данной конференции – это обеспечение продовольственной безопасности и обсуждение политических вопросов, вопросов политического характера должно проводиться на других площадках, обладающих соответственным мандатом, таких как Совет Безопасности ООН. Я вас благодарю за внимание, предоставленное мне слово.
Anyway, we have taken note of it. I don't know what to do about it. Anyway, we have now, we have a video from Indonesia. We'll listen to that. I would request to play the video of Indonesia on the strategy of climate change.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera, salam sehat untuk kita semua. Yang saya hormati pimpinan sidang, para menteri pertanian yang hadir atau yang mewakili, dan para delegasi sekalian yang sama-sama saya muliakan. Indonesia menyambut baik topik ini sebagai upaya bersama dalam mendukung transformasi menuju sistem pangan dan pertanian yang tangguh iklim dan berkelanjutan, khususnya di kawasan Asia Pasifik. Kami mendukung strategi baru FAO terkait perubahan iklim dan mengapresiasi kontribusi FAO dalam mendukung capaian tujuan pembangunan berkelanjutan, khususnya tujuan nomor 13, serta tindak lanjut konkret hasil terkini Konvensi Perubahan Iklim di PBB. 3 pilar aksi dalam strategi perubahan iklim FAO selaras dengan strategi pembangunan Indonesia dalam mengatasi dampak multidimensi perubahan iklim. Dalam hal ini, mengingat tingkat kerentanan dan kapasitas setiap negara berbeda, kami sepakat bahwa tidak ada solusi tunggal bagi seluruh permasalahan perubahan iklim, dan pertanian harus menjadi bagian dari solusi itu. Terdapat 3 poin utama yang kami sampaikan dalam kesempatan ini. Yang pertama, Indonesia telah menyusun strategi jangka panjang nasional untuk pertanian rendah karbon dan ketahanan iklim 2050 sebagai panduan untuk mencapai emisi net zero pada tahun 2050 melalui jalur sektor dan kewilayahan, serta untuk mendukung pencapaian pertumbuhan ekonomi hijau yang kita rencanakan. Yang kedua, kebijakan sektor pertanian difokus pada upaya meningkatkan ketangguhan, resiliensi melalui adaptasi, dan pengusahakan agar emisi gas rumah kaca atau GRK dari sektor pertanian dapat dimitigasi. Sejalan dengan rekomendasi FAO, kami menerapkan pertanian cerdas iklim atau Climate Smart Agriculture, didukung dengan pengembangan varietas unggul, rendah emisi, serta teknik pengolahan lahan dan air, serta budidaya yang tahan iklim, termasuk pertanian organik yang menjadi bagian di dalamnya. Kami juga menggarisbawahi perlunya meningkatkan kemampuan petani untuk memanfaatkan informasi prediksi cuaca dan iklim berbasis dampak, termasuk sistem informasi kalender tanam terpadu yang berbasis digital yang kami kembangkan, serta memanfaatkan teknologi lainnya seperti IoT dan smart farming yang ada. Untuk itu, kami menekankan inovasi teknologi dan data sebagai akselerator lintas sektor yang sangat penting dalam membangun ketahanan iklim dan meningkatkan produktivitas secara berkelanjutan. Ketiga, kami mendorong FAO untuk terus, yang pertama, memberikan advokasi, kebijakan, dan dukungan teknis. Kami mendorong FAO yang kedua, memperkuat kemitraan dengan berbagai pihak termasuk pemerintah, swasta, LSM, akademisi, dan lain-lain, serta yang ketiga, memobilisasi sumber daya dan investasi untuk bersama-sama mengatasi tantangan-tantangan yang kita hadapi ke depan. Kami berharap FAO terus melakukan aksi yang bersifat extraordinary untuk menangani dampak perubahan iklim yang dapat dirasakan manfaatnya secara khusus bagi petani kita yang ada. Dalam konteks ini, kami mengajak FAO dan negara anggota di kawasan Asia Pasifik serta mitra pembangunan lainnya untuk memperkuat kolaborasi multi pihak, termasuk dalam rangka kerjasama selatan-selatan dan triangular yang ada. Demikian yang dapat saya sampaikan. Selamat melakukan sidang. Semoga apa yang menjadi pikiran-pikiran dan langkah kita berkontribusi hadirnya ketahanan pangan dunia yang lebih baik. Ridha Allah bersama kita. Terima kasih. Sekian. Selamat pagi. Salam sehat. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you, Indonesian delegation, for your intervention. I don't see any hand, so I'd like to thank all the contributors who participated in this session and offered very good comment on a very important, very strategic issue, that's climate change. I now ask FAO Deputy Director General, Ms. Maria Helena Semedo, to take the floor and give a summary and closing remarks. Please, Ms. Semedo, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairperson, Minister Muhammad Abdur Razak, Honorable Ministers, distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen. Greetings from Rome, where I am connected, but I have been following with much interest your discussion. And I would like again to thank you for sharing your perspectives on the importance of climate action for resilience and sustainability in the region, and providing important inputs and feedback from your region, Asia Pacific, on FAO's new strategy on climate change. As we have heard today, climate change is one of the most important ongoing and future challenge to enhancing food security and nutrition in the region, but also globally. As the minister from Maldives said, climate change is an existential threat. And Minister, your words touch my heart. I am from a small island developing state, and I could see what you are talking about. The Asia and the Pacific region is the most exposed and vulnerable region to the negative impacts of continued global warming. As referred by my colleague, Eduardo Mansour, the most recent assessment by the IPCC makes clear that the impact of climate change on communities in the region and the agri-food system have been and will be much greater than previously thought. And it was clear that is happening, is not something we are thinking on in the future, we are facing it. For this, we have heard during this session that there is no doubt that urgent action to tackle climate change risk and driver is vital for future food security and nutrition in the region. But as it has been said, and I think the representative from Australia was very strong, there is no one-size-fits-all approach for building climate-resilient agri-food system. We have welcomed the opportunity to hear from member countries the specific policies and measures that you are adopting to manage climate-induced disaster, adapt to climate variability and change, and mitigate future climate change. Let me some take away from your discussion. First, I will say the need to move at scale and in an integrated and programmatic approach. Second, the importance of adaptation and innovation to face extreme challenge. You mentioned the question of water scarcity, energy, the need to expand it partnership, the need of knowledge exchange. It was mentioned the South-South cooperation. The importance of using innovation to increase climate resilience and early warning system at the local level to support the small-scale producers to better adapt to climate change and to access to science, innovation, technologies. The need to develop innovative models of finance and investment, and also the need to move at scale. And I am very proud to say that FAO is supporting these efforts at multiple levels with policy guidance, technical analysis, data, advocacy, and facilitate the access to finance at scale, as you have rightly mentioned. The new FAO strategy on climate change is a major undertaking and a crucial way to ensure that FAO continues to meet the needs of our member countries to tackle this issue. And it is for this reason that we have worked to make the process to develop the strategy, as it has already been mentioned, as inclusive and consultative as possible. And we took serious note of your comments today, your advice, and for sure it will be included in the global strategy, but more important in our action plan, how we move from the global strategy to action in the ground. And I think it has been rightly said, this is what we need and what is important to respond to the challenge you are facing in the region. Excellencies, ministers, before closing, I would also like to acknowledge the kind support of the Director General, the Chairman, Minister Mohammed, and the Director of our Office of Climate, Biodiversity and Environment, Eduardo Mansour, in facilitating this roundtable event, and for ensuring we are up to date on the development of the strategy and way forward. I wish you a successful deliberation for this important regional conference, and I look forward to have the outcomes of your debates and to have a strategy which will be able to respond to your expectations. And again, thank you for being here with us today. And again, wish you a good day. Over to you, Minister.
Thank you, Ms. Samadou, for your final inspiring message and inspiring word. The reminder that there is no one-size-fits-all approach for building climate-resilient agri-food system. We will need multi-pronged action program. That's important. We will have a strategy, we'll have program, we'll need fund for implementation of the science and innovation, and multi-pronged action program at the ground level. That's my feeling. It's an important issue. We have to address it. It's a question of survival. It's a threat to existence of human being. Thank you to all who contributed and participated in this very important roundtable discussion. We have approaching to conclusion, end of the conference. Being chairman, being Minister of Agriculture of Bangladesh, we are so proud of hosting this conference of FAO. Now we're going to take up the agenda 14 for the adoption of the report of the conference. The relevant document is the draft report, as the distinguished delegates have already had the opportunity to consider this report. I would like to ask the rapporteur to make a brief presentation on the agenda item. Dr. Dar, I know
Thank you,
have been working hard.
Honorable Chair. Excellencies, distinguished delegates, I am pleased to present the draft report, 36th session of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference, convened from 8 to 11 March 2022 in a hybrid format. This report has been prepared in 2 stages. The report of the senior officers meeting was adopted by the conference on the 9th March 2022. The report of the regional conference was prepared on the 10th March based on members' interventions and deliberations and the submitted statements of the ministerial session. The adopted report of senior officers meeting was incorporated into this. The full conference report before you was reviewed and revised by the session of the drafting committee convened on the 10th March from 7 to 8:40 in the evening. The drafting committee comprised of 14 representatives of 9 member nations. The drafting committee reviewed the text, draft conference report, paragraph by paragraph, excluding the adopted text of the SOM. Each paragraph was agreed by consensus of the drafting committee, and at the end of the review, the chair inquired if any member of the drafting committee wished to revisit the text of the adopted SOM, and no requests were made. The draft report 36th session of the Asia Pacific Regional Conference presented before you today for adoption is the outcome of this thorough process. I'd like to thank all the members of the drafting committee who have contributed to the preparation of this draft regional conference report for their hard work and their support to me as the chair of the drafting committee. Thank you again, Honorable Chair and distinguished delegates to this ministerial meeting.
Thank you, Dr. Dar, for this clear summary of the report and the intensive and collaboration drafting process that collected and properly incorporated comments to the report. As you are aware, the FAO Secretariat circulated a near complete draft conference report and obtained your comments a week ago. We then had very detailed and substantial discussion on the 2 days of the senior official meeting, and the results of which discussion were incorporated into the report by the drafting committee by a process of consensus and the report was circulated. We adopted the SOM report on March 10th. The adopted SOM report is a substantial part of the conference report. Yesterday's process included by the drafting committee, and the full report was circulated last evening delegation along with all the language translation today. Therefore, this full conference report is the result of a considerable period of consultation and contribution and in all the members to reach consensus. This process has been followed to ensure the participation from all delegations, as this region covers several time zones. Considering that this report is a result of extensive consultation as well as deliberation of the conference, I would like to ask that the members adopt the draft conference report in block. Editorial changes and language correction, if any, will be made by the Secretariat before this is posted on the website. If there are many comments at this report, the floor is now open. Are there any comments from the floor? Please, floor is open. You have comment?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you allow, I have a word on the report. And thanks to the rapporteur, also the drafting committee for drafting a very outstanding report for the conference. But I have a submission on behalf of the head of delegation of Bangladesh on paragraph number 6. If you recall that our Honorable Prime Minister in the inaugural speech has uttered a word, in fact, called upon the FAO and the APRC for creating a special fund. I think the word was creating a special fund for increased investment for agriculture development in the region. So may I request on behalf of the HOD of Bangladesh to add this at the bottom of the paragraph. If I read out this way, if we read the last, but the before the sentence, field of agriculture research, sharing of cutting-edge technologies, and creating a special fund for increased investment. So that's 3 words, creating a special fund for. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for your suggestion for incorporating our Prime Minister's views point. I would request the rapporteur, can we incorporate it? All member countries who are participating in person, also virtually, if they have any comment or any objection on incorporating what Bangladesh proposed. Excellency Director General and authority of FAO, I would request if we can consider to incorporate Bangladesh suggestions to incorporate the word for creating special fund.
It's a special fund. If you want to establish it, you should follow the members in this region. If you follow the process, how many members initiated and how much original contribution, who is leading initiative. So that's your business.
there is any objection from the floor, it seems the proposal is being accepted unanimously. It's a consensus. Okay. Thank you very much for any other comment on the report. I see consensus on the report, and it is, I don't see any comment from the floor. So I see consensus on the report, and it is hereby adopted in block. I thank rapporteurs. I thank FAO who are closely working for organizing this conference, and we tried to provide logistic and support also. I congratulate all who are closely associated and contributed for preparing final report. And it has been adopted. I congratulate all of them. I think that the deliberation on this agenda item, adoption of the report of the committee, is now finalized, and we move to final session. We have now reached the point of agenda to close the APRC. May I now request His Excellency Mr. Cho Dongyu, Director General of FAO, to give his concluding remarks.
Excellencies, dear Chair, all the colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, congratulations on a successful regional conference. For the second time, the Asia and the Pacific Region Conference has made a history. In 2020, hosted by Bhutan, you have pioneered the convening of a fully virtual regional conference in FAO history. This time, here in Bangladesh, you have successfully convened 36 sessions of regional conference in a hybrid model. This region is so far vast, so dynamic, so complex, with many challenges, yet also many opportunities. Your discussion during the regional conference have clearly outlined all of this and showing a way forward. Your leadership and the political will to build back better is evident. Over the past 2 days, you have shared your successful, advanced, and good practice in innovation and agro-food system transformation for the benefit of the region. Agro-food system should and must play a decisive role in the future of Asia-Pacific region. Transformed agro-food system will be important for you to maintain a sustainable environment, increase the biodiversity, while they provide opportunity for decent jobs. This is the value added of modern intensive farming. While the many countries in the region are dynamic with very high or mid-high incomes by GDP, the rural areas in the region are not as dynamic, and their GDP not what we would expect to see. I'm a son of a farmer. I always look at the inequality between the city and the rural areas, between the man and woman, between the rich and poor. These are the three real types of inequality. Well, we say a better life for all, leaving no one behind. We need to walk the talk. Who is a vulnerable group which is left behind? People from countryside, people from remote areas, people from the seas, people from the least developed countries, people from landlocked countries. We have to address these issues holistically together with all the relevant partners, not only with the Minister of Agriculture, Food, Rural Affairs. It's depends on different countries have a different political assignment, but also with the colleagues from Minister of Welfare, Women, Children, Environment, Science, Education, Health, Youth, Trade, Financial, and Investment. We needed to all work together as one big team, collectively and in an efficient, effective, coherent manner. We have to have the farmers responsible investment, science and innovation, information technology. This time I met a PNG, there's 3 ministers come. One is communication and ICT. One is for social welfare and youth and religion, culture. So it's really big teamwork. We need to talk about the digital technology and the big data. The world is evolving. And also in this agri-food sector, we must not simply follow, we must lead. Agriculture, food, and nutrition are at the core of the humanity's need and the Pacific region for leadership. Dear friends, I'm pleased to see you consensus going forward. You are the key ministers working with FAO, or you are the window ministry to work with FAO. To livestock for farmer, fishers, and pastoralists at the grassroots country level. Through your ownership, your political commitment, and your action plans. If you do not take the leadership and the initiative required, no other key partners will move forward to the front line. This is your critical role. The Asia Pacific Regional Conference has been successfully concluded, but the dialogue must continue. Consensus should be built upon and ownership, partnership. And more important, the action should be more boldly, timely, urgently. I have seen a great progress since I took office as FAO Director General, yet our mission is not yet accomplished. Let us continue to work hand in hand to address the challenges facing our most vulnerable populations and support all the members of the region that need our assistance the most. FAO is intergovernmental professional agency under the UN big family. FAO, we follow all the mandate under the FAO Basic Task 2017. Yeah, the Ministerial Conference approved that. So all the members, all my colleagues, and all the partners, we get that consensus to follow and to respect the FAO basic tests. So once again, I really appreciate all of you to support FAO, support me, and support your farmers. Lastly, I invite all of you to give the big applause to the host country, the People's Republic of Bangladesh, and also Ministry of Agriculture, Minister of Fishery and Animals Husbandry, and the Minister of Food, and others. Especially appreciation to the Honorable Prime Minister for her strong leadership, make this regional conference so successful. And also, I thank you for your cooperation in vitro and in person. Thank you all. Let's do it. Take the action.
On behalf of the conference, I extend thanks to the Director General for his informative and inspiring, thoughtful concluding remarks. With the actions outlined in this meeting, we may all take hope that will drive agriculture and rural sustainable development to achieve the SDG. I thank you, Mr. Chu. He has been giving direction on all agenda: strategy for climate change, strategy for scaling up digitization in this region, strategy for One Health, and strategy for sustainable, greener agricultural production system, and what we say, agri-food system. And he has been always an inspiration for this conference. I sincerely thank DG and his team for successfully organizing this conference. I invite you all to show their appreciation using clapping hands. As chairperson, I have few words to say. Allow me to take the opportunity to make a closing statement. I believe the 36th session of the FAO Regional Conference for Asia and the Pacific has been very meaningful, with excellent exchange of diverse knowledge, information, and we have broadened our understanding on agri-food system of the region. This is an extraordinary moment in the history of the region and also for Bangladesh, being able to successfully organize this conference. We did expect it that it will be participated in person by most of the country of the APRC, but we know that COVID-19 is hunting still us, so we could not get all the participants in person, but most of the member country participated virtually or by video. That impressed us, and we are happy seeing the participation, so wide participation from across the region. I like to say a few words on Bangladesh being host country. Bangladesh has been historically chronic food deficit country. We have faced many famine, semi-famine conditions. In 1969, when British colonial ruler took Bangladesh, it was taken by a corporate house, East India Company, and it enslaved this subcontinent of 200 million people. During that time, East India Company had one office in London City with 2 windows and 1 door. In 100 years, they became the largest corporate house of the world. Their revenue earning was equal to the revenue of the British king. And for that, main source was Bengal, Bangladesh, Greater Bengal, West Bengal and Bangladesh. Bangladesh textile, Bangladesh handicrafts, and jute and other agro products. So Bangladesh was rich, but later on for exploitation by the colonial ruler, Jamindar, and landlords, it became poorest country. Well, Bangladesh is also very vulnerable to disaster like flood, cyclone and storm, drought, and so on. Regularly, we have flood, it inundated. 3 major or mighty rivers run through Bangladesh, pass through Bangladesh, and it has about 400 rivulets. It's a riverine country. We have very fertile soil. You'll be happy to note that it has excellent aquifer. In 15-20 feet, you can get fresh water without much problem. Still, we could not harness these natural resources and we could not be self-sufficient. All successive governments since colonial ruler, they have ambition or they have a plan to be self-sufficient in food. All are elusive. However, after we became independent country, after liberation of 1971, all successive government took number of initiatives and they made concerted effort to make Bangladesh self-sufficient. We see that Bangladesh now almost self-sufficient. In 1971, we used to produce 10 million tons of food grain. That's our staple food, rice and wheat. At the moment, we grow 45 million tons of rice, wheat, and maize together. We are self-sufficient in potato, we are self-sufficient in vegetables, and we have increased the production of all crops. We have introduced some new crops like oil seeds, like pulses, vegetables, and fruits. We have introduced new crop like dragon fruits, coffee, and cashew nut. So our agriculture is growing. We have become self-sufficient in meat production, egg and milk, meat production. Unfortunately, per capita income is extremely low. People cannot afford to buy those high-value crops. In 2000, present government, under the dynamic leadership of Sheikh Hasina, they assumed the responsibility to govern this country in 2009. She put agriculture on top of the agenda. She attached highest importance in our development program. We placed through our election manifesto and our vision document 2021, we want to become self-sufficient by 2015. And we want to achieve all MDG goals by latest 2017. We want to bring down our poverty to half. I'm happy to note that before this August gathering, that Bangladesh became self-sufficient in food grain in 2015. And we achieved all that MDG goal by 2015. And we brought down our poverty to half. It was supposed to be 28%. Now it stands 20%. And we have placed to the nation that we will be achieving all the DG goal. We bring the SDG goal, number 1 and number 2. Number 1, poverty to almost 0 and also 0 hunger. We are going ahead. We have a very comprehensive program. And I think we are on very much track. Recently, UNO and Columbia University jointly awarded our Honorable Prime Minister for being on SDG track. And Jeffrey Sachs, an economist, rebel economist, while he was transferring the award to our Honorable Prime Minister in Columbia University campus, he commented that Sheikh Hasina is a jewel in a crown. She is a diamond in a crown. So that's our proud for her dynamic and visionary leadership. We are very proud to be host of this international or regional conference. We talked many important issues. We are trying to address those. We are trying our hard to digitalize Bangladesh and integrate information and technology in our agri-food system. That was one of the important agenda. We have suggested, and it has been taken in integrated in the report, that FAO will look into if we can set a, or we can form a hub, digital hub in Bangkok, in their headquarters, or for this region, so we can exchange ideas and technologies are being evolved in ICT sector.
Sì, no, per I documenti di lunedì, aspetto te.
Agricultural production system and agri-food system. Well, that's about Bangladesh and our recommendations. I think FAO seriously will look into all the recommendations we have evolved in this forum, and it will add in their future agenda. We look forward always to work very closely with FAO, since we have been member of FAO since 1973. We got all our support from FAO in terms of technology and also mobilizing resources to undertake different research and development projects. I graciously, gracefully and graciously thank them for providing us support. I took a little bit of a longer time, but again, I thank FAO for selecting Bangladesh as venue, and it has upgraded our status at the global level, I think. We have proved that we are able to organize such international or regional conference. We face with the adverse impact of current COVID-19 pandemic on across the region. We see its impact on public health, food production, and economic development, including food security, agriculture and fisheries, forestry and nutrition. Simultaneously, the region is having other crises, such as desert locust. It came last year until India, west part of the India. African swine fever, fall armyworm. We are already victim of fall armyworm. Our cornfield or maize field is being infected, and there is some sign that other crops will be infected too. Droughts, floods, all are our challenges. No sub-region has been spared multiple and severe challenges. One way or other, we share all those problems. Our discussion have had an urgency and a particular focus, which has been very cogent and useful. I believe these 4 days of deliberation in the senior officers and ministers meeting has been very productive. These were helpful in broadening our knowledge and enhancing the understanding of sustainable agriculture and rural development, especially in the light of disaster response and resiliency. We discussed FAO's substantive paper on results and priorities for FAO in the region, on the work of the FAO SPC Joint Ministers of Agriculture and Forestry presentation by CFS, civil society, and the private sector. We attended events on sustainable agri-food system and on climate change. We are fully committed to FAO's mission. We remain hopeful that we will achieve Sustainable Development Goal 2 of ending hunger by 2030 and of ending SDG 1 on poverty. With our collective wisdom, commitment, and action. I am grateful to all members for your active participation and contribution to make this regional conference a success. I wish to express my appreciation to the delegates for your valuable inputs to the report, as well as for flexibility in arriving at the consensus. I would also like to recognize all ministers present for kindly serving as vice chairman and helping me to nicely conduct the conference. I am also sincerely grateful to the rapporteurs, a minister from Philippines, for his invaluable work of capturing and synthesizing proceedings. This was a critically important job and he did it admirably. I extend my appreciation to the tireless work of the interpretation team of the excellent simultaneous interpretation that has been essential to our communication during the conference and across these many time zones. I sincerely thank the many people behind the scene in the APRC National Committee in Bangladesh for their tireless work of preparation for this meeting. I can tell you that Bangladesh team worked very hard and they are very sincere and they are very concerned that there should not be slightest error or loophole in organizing this conference. I sincerely thank them for their hard work and effort for making this conference successful. It is because they spent long hours organizing the conference and it ran as smoothly as we planned. Thank you, all of you. And now I used to express my appreciation to Mr. Kim, Assistant Director General and Regional Representative at FAO Secretariat. We have been in touch with him for the last 2 years. The day Bangladesh was selected as a venue. We have been in touch and we are working very closely, heart to heart these days. And now I used to express my appreciation to His Excellency, Mr. Chu Dangu, the Director General, for his valuable advice and the FAO staff for their contribution and dedication. He was the main source of inspiration and always he encouraged. The day I talked, when he started his campaign, he visited Bangladesh. I had opportunity to meet him. And onward, after his election, we had a chance to talk. And he said that I am looking forward to visit Bangladesh. As soon as possible time, I'll go there. He was eagerly waiting, but because of Corona, he could not come. I sincerely thank him. This conference has created opportunity to come to Bangladesh. I don't know in future he will have time to stay so longer time as he's doing in connection with the conference. So that's our pleasure and my people in Bangladesh to come to close to such a person of high standing. Very closely we got you here for a few days. On behalf of the peoples of Republic of Bangladesh, I would like to thank my colleagues for their excellent participation in this conference, which has made it such, although it could not be all together, we still managed to come together. I now, it's my turn to declare the session of FAO Regional Conference for Asia and Pacific closed. Thank you. Me and my colleague and everybody, we look forward to see each other in the next conference. I don't know, they have not finalized yet. Have you finalized or? Sri Lanka. Oh, it has been decided that it will be in Sri Lanka. I look forward. I don't know. I'm a public leader. I will not have chance. If I remain minister, I will. But I go through an election and then become minister. Then my chance will come. But government officers, they have every opportunity to attend in Sri Lanka conference. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen.
Also, I think thank you for hotel staff and the volunteers and also FAO staff, all the support the ordinary operation. So thank you. It's not easy for the conference bubble. So far, safe, smooth, efficient, effective. So thank you.
And the secretary of the conference,
yeah,
Dr. Sridhar, he was excellent person and he was helping me to conduct this conference. I sincerely thank Secretary of the conference. Thank